Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Italy. Let us start with a big round of applause. Welcome to this very important conference. Distinguished colleagues, dear guests, it is with great honor that as head of the Italian delegation to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, as well as special representative on combating organized crime, I welcome you most sincerely to this interparliamentary conference on the fight against organized crime in the OSCE region. Dear friends, dear colleagues, allow me to address a special greeting to all of you, to the 33 delegations that are gathered here with more than 140 representatives from the different countries. The high number of highly qualified participants testifies not only to the urgency of the topic we are about to discuss, but also to the shared will to tackle it with determination, responsibility, and with the spirit of cooperation. Therefore, I would like to thank you sincerely for being here and for contributing with ideas, experiences, and good practices during these 2 days of discussions. I am very grateful for the attention and wide participation that this subject has aroused, because the fight against organized crime cannot and must not be tackled by a single country, a single parliament, a single institution. It is a challenge that requires concrete cooperation, shared determination, and collective responsibility. And it is precisely this awareness that has inspired this conference. Our goal is to provide an occasion of high institutional and political debate that can bring about a renewed common will, but also a concrete platform for dialogue and cooperation, and above all, a strategic direction. And I'm looking at the Italian Guardia di Finanza, at the state police, at the Carabinieri, at all the armed forces, so that we can more effectively fight against organized crime. Italy's commitment in the OSCE fits into this spirit, and it is not only a reflection of our consolidated experience in the fight against mafias, but also the expression of a political will that is oriented towards the common good and the protection of legality. In this regard, I would like to recall my supplementary item on combating the spread of fentanyl, a substance that is fueling the profits of criminal organizations and causing devastation in many of our communities. This supplementary item was presented and approved, also thanks to your support at our annual session in Bucharest last July. In the wake of this commitment, I also presented a new supplementary item for the forthcoming session in Porto, aimed at promoting the virtuous use of assets confiscated from mafias. And I would like to thank our director for being with us today. As I was saying, these assets are confiscated from organized crime, and they can be used so that profits generated by violence, corruption, and abuse can be turned into instruments of justice, legality, and social rebirth. As mentioned earlier on, these initiatives are not the fruit of an isolated vision, but of a political effort aimed at protecting the security of the citizens of the entire OSCE region, with 57 countries and 11 partner states. And I would like to ask you to give a round of applause to our friends from Algeria and Japan. They are here with us today. Faced with the increasing sophistication of criminal networks, which now also make use of digital technologies, we cannot limit ourselves to reactive or disjoint actions. We must forge effective and lasting international cooperation and only integrated and coordinated responses at interparliamentary, at institutional level, will be able to counter these fast evolving and transnational trends. I consider it essential to integrate the efforts I have promoted with the expertise and responsibilities of the other OSCE special representatives that are here today. My friend, MP Kyriakos Adiani, Special Representative on Southeast Europe, thank you for being here. And then MP Irene Kalambrides, Special Representative on Fighting Corruption, and the Ad Hoc Committee on Countering Terrorism, chaired by my esteemed colleague and friend Camille Aydin, with a valuable collaboration of the Vice Chairman of the same committee, Emanuele Loperfido. Only by bringing together different skills, experiences and perspectives will we be able to deliver a truly effective response that is up to the challenges of our time. Let me also point out, precisely today, on the 5th of June, on the occasion of Carabinieri Day, and it is the 211th anniversary of this celebration, how fundamental the role of our police forces is, as well as the police agencies of all the OSCE region. Their daily commitment, tacit but courageous, is an indispensable bulwark in the defense of legality and collective security. To them goes our most sincere recognition and our moral duty to support their activities with appropriate regulatory and political instruments. And it is in this climate of shared institutional and political determination that I'm about to read a welcome message from the President of the Chamber of Deputies, MP Lorenzo Fontana, and from the President of the Senate of the Italian Republic, Senator Ignazio La Russa. I would like to thank both of them for their attention and firm support for this initiative. It is an honor for me to be able to read their messages before you, esteemed colleagues and guests. And finally, a very special thank also goes to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, MP Matteo Salvini. Thank you so much for being here today. Your constant commitment to security issues is well known, and his participation testifies to the fact that the fight against organized crime is at the heart of the national and international political agenda. In conclusion, I would like to also thank the President of the OSCEPA, MP Pia Kauma. And thank you, Madam President, for everything you've been doing in your role. I would also like to welcome Nicola Molteni and Giorgio Silli, Undersecretaries of State. Thank you, Giorgio. Thank you, Nicola, for being here today, as well as the Secretary General of the OSCEPA, Roberto Montella. And finally, I invite you to reflect on what our common goal should be: shared commitment, an effective response to organized crime. May these words guide not only our discussions in these 2 days, but the entire journey that awaits us in the coming months. And may they become the message that we forcefully send to our institutions, our communities, our youth. Because it is only with unity of purpose, strategic vision, and shared determination that we will be able to build a free future that is based on the values of justice and legality, as well as parliamentary diplomacy, which is represented by the OSCE. I deeply believe that it is pivotal. Thank you for your attention. I will now read the message sent by the President of the Chamber of Deputies, MP Lorenzo Fontana. I would like to extend my warmest greetings to the authorities and all participants attending today's conference. I would like to thank the President of the Italian delegation to the OSCE Assembly, MP Eugenio Zoffili, for having promoted this meeting. which aims to explore the issues related to organized crime, corruption, and international terrorism, and to develop a shared regulatory framework to prevent and counter these phenomena. In the fight against illegality, Italy is at the forefront in terms of both legislation and good practices, also thanks to the valuable and irreplaceable work carried out by the judiciary and our police forces. It is precisely to one of these good practices that a session of today's conference is dedicated. Asset confiscation represents one of the most effective tools in the fight against mafias. Striking illicitly accumulated assets does indeed mean weakening the economic power of these organizations, and at the same time pursuing a more positive trajectory by creating growth opportunities for our communities. Through confiscation, the state places these assets at the service of the community, providing support to the weaker members of society, transferring resources to social services, and financing employment, education, and culture. This reinforces citizens' trust in the institutions, which must never fail to show their closeness by demonstrating with concrete and tangible actions that legality always prevails over all forms of oppression and injustice. Yet organized crime, corruption, and terrorism transcend national borders, and they require the adoption of convergent legislation in order to strengthen preventive and repressive measures. To this end, international cooperation plays an indispensable role. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly plays a particularly strategic role as a platform for discussion, research, and resolution of these issues. It has become apparent that a closer, more intensive dialogue is needed within the Assembly in order to pursue more effectively the main mission of the organization, that is, to promote security in Europe through political dialogue, justice, and economic cooperation. Today's conference is therefore an excellent opportunity to give strong support to parliamentary diplomacy, which is indispensable for tackling global and regional challenges, while at the same time ensuring a more citizen-sensitive approach to dealing with these issues. I wish all the participants a successful meeting and look forward to an ever closer relationship between the parliaments of our countries, with a view to increasing the effectiveness of international cooperation in protecting the securities and values of our society. Lorenzo Fontana, President of the Chamber of Deputies. I will now read the message conveyed by the President of the Senate of the Republic, Senator Ignazio La Russa. Dear President, prior institutional commitments did not allow me to accept your kind invitation to participate in the Interparliamentary Conference on the fight against organized crime in the OSCE region, scheduled for June 5th and 6th in Rome. However, I would like to send you and all participants my personal greetings also on behalf of the Senate of the Republic. In particular, I would like to congratulate the promoters of today's initiative, which confirms Italy's attention to the issues of combating organized crime and terrorism. Indeed, it is in these sectors that Italy's best practices can be crucially shared in international fora. The theme of today's conference is truly pivotal. Let me therefore address to you, dear Chair, all participants and experts participating in the conference, my warmest wishes for a fruitful and constructive debate. Certain as I am of the successful outcome of this initiative, I send you my best regards. Ignazio La Russa, President of the Senate of the Republic. I will now give the floor to Senator Matteo Salvini, Vice President of the Council of Ministers and Minister of Infrastructure and Transport.
Thank you very much. I will be very short, as there are participants which are way more expert than me when it comes to fight against organized crime, so I won't take up much of your time. For a number of years I was a member of the European Parliament and Minister of Public Works and Minister of the Interior, and therefore the Italy's best practices in terms of confiscation of property from mafia, villas, buildings and other infrastructures that were turned into community centers for the fight against some social scourges, including several buildings in Rome. Well, I mean, these experiences of ours can be the epitome of Italy's commitment towards the fight against organized crime. We have a single political thought when it comes to the fight against organized crime. We are diverse, but when it comes to fight against organized crime, fight against human trafficking and drugs trafficking, well, when it comes to these challenges, we are united in our diversity. Indeed, yesterday in the Senate, we adopted a security decree that entrusts more safeguards and protections to law enforcement. And today we celebrate the 211th anniversary of the foundation of the Carabinieri Corps. And as far as Italy is concerned, and in my capacity as a former Minister of the Interior, well, in Italy we have 8,000 small municipalities, and out of this 8,000, Rome, Milan and Naples and the big capital cities are indeed an exception. We have over 5,000 municipalities with less than 5,000 inhabitants. So most of the Italian cities, municipalities, are small towns of more of 1,000, 2,000 inhabitants, and for them it is the parish, postal office and football court and the Carabinieri station. They are their pillars for these small towns. And when it comes to the fight against organized crime in Italy, this battle of ours has to be carried out in a comprehensive way. The 'Ndrangheta mafia has now turned into a world scourge. It does no longer concern a single Italian region, and the same can be said for other mafia organizations. And when it comes to Europe, we must be able to share data at the EU level, because now crime moves quickly, swiftly, and when it comes to AI surge, it is increasingly easier to share best practices amongst law enforcement from different countries. Let me conclude by saying that crime follows the money. And I say so as a minister that is currently managing 180 billion euros, including ports, airports, railways and roads. Last week I participated in a number of meetings on the fight against mafias in Reggio Calabria and Messina. Well, it is clear that it is true that by the end of this summer we have to start the public works on the bridge against the Messina Strait, the single biggest public work in the continent, with 13 billion euros in public works. Well, if this is true, then the fight against mafia infiltrations is all the more crucial. We have to make sure transparency is on top of our agenda, including financial interests of companies involved. We have to be able to control contracts and subcontracts. We have just adopted a new code of public works, and this is why we have to be even more consistent when it comes to this phenomena. We are carrying out a number of actions against mafia that are even more rigorous. And as we speak, we have just inaugurated in northern Italy public works for the Winter Olympics in Cortina. And allow me to invite you for February next year for the Winter Olympics in Cortina and Milan. So you will be able to enjoy the beauties of Rome now, and next year the beauties of Milan. There are several billion euros at stands when it comes to public works, and this is why we have to be even more rigorous. Now, back to the decree on security, drugs trafficking, data trafficking, but most importantly, human trafficking. And I'm referring to Italy, but then also I'm referring to Cyprus, Portugal, Greece, and other countries. The southern border is just as important as the eastern border. There are countries that are vigilant when it comes to conflicts on the eastern flank. But there are equally important migration movements where Russia, China, and other countries are taking the stage. And this is why the eastern and southern countries' borders are equally important when it comes to the fight against human trafficking, drug trafficking, and data trafficking. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful debate and a fruitful afternoon and evening in a welcoming and beautiful Rome, just as usual. I wish you a fruitful continuation of today's meeting. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie.
Thank you very much, Minister Salvini, for your speech. Now, I will hand over to our chairwoman, Mrs. Pia Kauma. Amici.
Io Eugenio. Voglio iniziare ringraziandovi dell'opportunità di contribuire a questa
I would like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak today and contribute to this very exciting conference. The Italian Parliament has done a remarkable job in putting together an interesting conference with opportunities for real substantive discussions.
I want to thank Eugenio Zoffili for the incredible effort he has put into bringing us all together here in Rome. Eugenio, your leadership in this field is a major contribution to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly and to the OSCE region more broadly. Grazie mille. I want to also applaud the innovative approach that you have taken to this conference, bringing together multiple themes that are too often treated separately into a single cohesive conversation. Organized crime, terrorism and corruption are three sides of the same wicked web that damage our common security. Just 2 weeks ago, when meeting with leading counterterrorism experts in Washington, D.C., the interlinkages between terrorism and organized crime were again highlighted to us as a serious challenge complicating our communal efforts. Increasingly, it is clear that emerging technologies can be misused to facilitate organized crime, corruption, and terrorism. Poorly regulated cryptocurrencies, blockchain technology, and biased or altered algorithms in major platforms all serve as weaknesses that can be exploited by criminal actors. And of course, artificial intelligence is similarly being put to dangerous use. But just as artificial intelligence can be misused, it can also be a powerful tool for authorities in preventing and countering crimes through analysis of vast amounts of data and trends. But as we use these tools as parliamentarians, we must be vigilant to ensure that they are applied appropriately and that frameworks for their use within the rule of law are in place. The OSCE, and particularly our Parliamentary Assembly, is an excellent forum to address these complex issues. Our Assembly includes varied perspectives and interests. For better or worse, geopolitically, socially and economically, the OSCE is diverse. Yet I'm confident that we can find unity in our desire and commitment to combat organized crime, root our corruption and counter terrorism. And, dear friends, we have done so too. I am proud of the work of our Assembly to keep these topics high on our agenda, with dedicated special representatives addressing corruption and organized crime, as well as an ad hoc committee looking at countering terrorism. These topics are all standard elements of our Assembly's work. Thank you, Irene, and thank you, Camille, for your dedicated work. These members provide leadership to our work, and I appreciate their dedication and effort. We will soon hear more from each of them, but today's very high-level participation from OSCE parliamentarians is also a clear indication that there is interest and appetite to work further in these fields. The challenges we are discussing today impact all of our societies and require attention from all of our countries. I'm confident that the inclusion within this conference of the Interparliamentary Forum of Southeast Europe delegations will also provide a useful focus and examples of both challenges and successes for us all to consider. Dear colleagues, I think that we all have things to contribute, and we all have things to learn from the discussions in the coming days. This is the true essence of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, and I want to thank you again, Eugenio, and the Italian Parliament for providing us with this opportunity. But of course, our work doesn't end here in Rome either. In less than a month, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly will meet again in annual session, this time in Porto, where all of these aspects will be formally on our agenda and debated in further depth. This will be our opportunity to enact through our declaration some of the issues we discuss in the coming days. Dear colleagues, thank you all for attending and participating in this conference. I look forward to hearing from you all. Grazie mille.
Grazie al Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. And now I'll give the floor to MP Giorgio Silli, Under Secretary of State to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, a dear friend, if I may. In the past Parliament, we were together in the Parliamentary Committee on Schengen Area, Europol and Migration. We were together in Lampedusa. Do you remember? Yes, I do. So we acted together on many different fronts. Over to you, Mr. Undersecretary. Thank you so very much. I have just found out the simultaneous translation, but still, I will speak in English.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, to be here. Even if it's always a pleasure to be in Rome. Who does not to be in Rome in spring and in summer? So thank you very much again. Mr. President of the Italian Parliamentary Delegation to OSCE, Onorevole Eugenio Zoffili, my dear friend, honorable members of parliaments, and Generale Sirico, we used to work together at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs very, very often. I'm glad to honored to represent the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in occasion of this important event. I serve as Under Secretary of State at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is the place people usually think about when they hear the word diplomacy. However, diplomacy is not only the work of undersecretaries of diplomats. Parliaments play a crucial role too. They can raise awareness on key issues, connect people from various backgrounds, and be inspirational to governments. I believe that events such as today's conference are a precious tool to share points of view, ideas, and experiences that can become a set of takeaways to bring back to our countries. For this reason, I'd like to thank Honourable Zoffili and the whole Italian delegation for organising this conference and offering us this opportunity. Today's conference will delve into one of the main challenges of our countries, the fight against transnational organised crime. It's a challenge that has become more and more complex. Criminal organisations are more and more into sophisticated finance. They use new technologies like artificial intelligence or end-to-end encryption. They take advantage of the opportunities provided by the Internet. What is more, they are interconnected. They talk to each other, sign agreements, cooperate with each other. All of this makes them a threat to security of our countries. They erode economic development, affect the principle of the rule of law, spread corruption, weaken institutions. Against this backdrop, it's clear that states cannot address alone the challenges posed by organised crime and corruption. Cooperation among states and their institutions is essential. Sharing information and best practices is the key. Moreover, states need to update their toolbox if they want to be effective in the fight against organised crime and corruption. They cannot use the same tools as 30 or 40 years ago. They must stay ahead of the curve, and in this regard, I'm glad that session number 2 is going to focus on the social use of the assets confiscated from the mafias, which is definitely an important tool to dismantle criminal organization. Unfortunately, Italy is very famous all around the world for a lot of things, and unfortunately, mafia is one of these things. But today, we are famous because practically we won against mafia, and we want to share our experience and our instruments to fight against the organized crime all around the world through the cooperation and through a complementary cooperation with all the countries friends of us. Take the example of Italy. Is countering a criminal organization like mafia, 'ndrangheta or Camorra. These organizations have changed over time the way they operate. They rely more and more on new criminal activities like trafficking in person or migrants smuggling. They have specialized in international finance and are able to move enormous amount of money. Therefore, it's no use looking at a single financial operation. You have to follow the money to have a clear picture of the whole criminal activity. This was the great intuition of a great Italian magistrate, Giovanni Falcone. He understood that the mafia, like other criminal organizations, had become transnational and knows no border. Its intuition lies the basis of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, the so-called Palermo Convention, because mafia originally was born in south of Italy, in Sicily. That was adopted in the year 2000 and still is the main legal international instruments we have to counter this phenomenon. Let me also express my deep appreciation for the dedicating session number 4 to the issue of the radicalization of youth. It's a very serious issue where more needs to be done to raise awareness and protect our youth. Institutions must work together in a whole of government approach, and states, again, must come together to avoid the spread of violent extremism among youth before it is too late. The OSCE plays an important role in supporting participating states from different regions in fighting organized crime, strengthening good governance and combating corruption. It offers a unique platform to share best practices and valuable experiences to bring together all interested stakeholders at the national and the regional level, and to create opportunities for dialogue and confidence building. Italy has also extensively contributed over the years to a variety of OSCE activities in these areas. Some of these initiatives have benefited extensively from Italian expertise, including from Guardia di Finanza, the Anti-Mafia Directorate of our Ministry of Justice, ANAC, and civil society organizations such as Libera. I'm sure that today's discussion will be very, very rich and will give us several takeaways to bring back home. I do really think that only together we can win. Today, the world is a very small place. After the globalization, after the internet connection, today the world is something really close. Everybody, every single country is practically around the corner. If we want to win, we have to fight together and to build the future, putting brick over brick, just in order to be complementary and to build the future in a complementary way. Grazie. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the Undersecretary of State, Giorgio Silli, and I will now give the floor to another friend, Nicola Molteni, MP and Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of the Interior, with a delegation for the Police of State, and he's from Como. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I would also like to welcome and greet all the participants, and I would also like to thank our friends from the Carabinieri Corps on this special day when we are celebrating this pivotal and crucial pillar of our national security. I would also like to thank all the participants and my dear colleague and friend, MP Eugenio Zoffili, for inviting me. This is a valuable occasion because the fight against organized crime affects our whole country and has done so for many years. It's important not to underestimate this issue and to keep analyzing this phenomenon, that it's ever-changing and adapting to new contexts, to new globalized and supranational contexts. Today, organized crime is in a way less violent than it was in the 90s. And this is because it infiltrates, if I may, in more deceitful ways in the world of white collars. Its presence in the civil society is somehow less noticeable, less evident. This is why it is essential to lower the threshold for counteraction in terms of prevention and dissemination of a culture of legality. Starting from our cities, because it is clear that protecting security, especially in more vulnerable areas, is a prerequisite to ensure that no form of organized crime can replace the state. This is why preventing infiltration of organized crime in our social fabric is so crucial. The government must act in a very clear way and has done so recently. And Senator Matteo Salvini was mentioning the adoption of the security decree just a few days ago, which is an historical tool because it allows for more operational force to our police corps, and it provides new tools for the fight against organized crime, more resilient tools. And I would like to also welcome President Lagana, because the action of the state in fighting organized crime has now become more effective in order to strike mafia-related assets. These assets must then be given back to communities. This is a double value, legality and social value on the other hand. Another key element in order to fight against organized crime is building a shared culture of legality. What do I mean by culture of legality? I see it as a way of injecting antibodies into civil society, starting with concrete measures such as returning seized assets to the community. The most effective way to fight against organized crime is depriving criminal organizations of their economic resources. Follow the money, since their main goal is making money and making profits. And in this spirit, I'm reading the OSCE project to reinforce the fight against organized crime in the Western Balkans. Italy has taken part in the project, and the Italian model is recognized as a best practice at global level. Seized assets can be reused by also working together with institutions and Italian civil society. This is the outcome of 25 years of work and legislation, and the Italian model is based on the effective cooperation between the judiciary, police forces, local administrations and civil society. Since 1982, almost 40,000 properties have been confiscated in Italy, and these can be used for social purposes. I would like to mention just one of them that's very close to my heart because it is about my own town, Como, in Lombardy, in Cantu specifically, which is a little town in the Lombardy region. 2 years ago, we started renovating a building that was seized in 1996. It was delivered in a completely derelict state, and some parts of this building were damaged by fire, by arson. And this property was intended for commercial use and has a surface of approximately 400 square meters. The building has been completely renovated thanks to a 1 million redevelopment project, part of which was financed by the Lombardy region. So municipalities also do play a pivotal role in the fight against organized crime. The building was then assigned to a special company which is tasked with managing different services, social services, but health services, education services as well, and services in terms of employment, social integration and inclusion of more vulnerable citizens. All services are especially aimed at young people, elderly people, people with disabilities, foreigners, families, the more vulnerable members of our society. This is also a key part of the fight against organized crime. And I mentioned this example because it's one of the many, many cases where seized assets were used for social purposes. And I would like to conclude by wishing you all a successful meeting and by reiterating that a lot still needs to be done. But occasions such as our meeting today allow us to discuss, to debate, to work together, and they are valuable opportunities in order to encourage all stakeholders to play a pivotal role in combating organized crime. Thank you. Thank you, Nicola Molteni, I'm the Secretary of State, and we will now close the opening of proceedings with the contribution by Roberto Montella, Secretary General of the OSCE PA. Thank you, Chair. All previous speakers have already touched on the most important issues, so I will just like to thank all of you, and I would like to thank the Presidents of the Chamber of Deputies and the President of the Senate for hosting this initiative. Italy has played a pivotal role in the OSCE. Italy is important within the OSCE. And I would like to thank the Italian Parliament, and I hope that in future we might be able to hold an annual session right here in Italy. In 2010 we had our autumn session in Palermo, but maybe over the next few years we will be able to meet again for the annual session in Italy. I would like to thank head of the Italian delegation, Eugenio Zoffili, for this initiative and for the way the Italian delegation is acting. When I see our Italian parliamentarians actively participating in our sessions, I can really tell that Italy is really working in a bipartisan, comprehensive way. And as an Italian living abroad, I really appreciate it. I would also like to thank Senator Salvini for being here today. He knows this topic really well because he was also Minister of the Interior in the past. And I would also like to thank all officials from the Italian Parliament, but also my colleague Marco Bonadello and other colleagues who have contributed to organizing this meeting.
The more and more I see you participating in all our events, I have been watching the amount of events that you have participated in since our last session in February in Vienna. It is incredible on how much you want to contribute into world politics. And this makes me think that it is important to have parliamentarians engaged in world politics, because the challenges we have, including the ones that we are debating here today, the fight against terrorism, the fight against corruption, and the fight against organized crime, these are transnational threats. They cannot be dealt with national politics. You need to have cooperation, collaboration. The OSCE is the organization for cooperation. And I think this you do it at the parliamentary level very well. And I think you prepare the grassroots for eventually when you will be in governments or when you are soliciting your governments in trying to cooperate. Because those threats cannot be stopped at the borders. It's been said with more authority by those who have preceded me. But we need to absolutely understand that the work that you do, some have underlined the nice possibility to spend a few days in Rome and coming here. But I don't think it's just that aspect, which is also beautiful, let's say. But I think it's really the serious work that you do in trying to understand these things, in trying to translate the experience that we will hear today from the Italian authorities, which have really learned and can really showcase. And this is also a very good experience for us to learn from each other, and in this case, for Italy also to share its experience at the international level. So the main points that the factors that are behind these problems, the illegal money flow that supports both crime and terrorism, the misuse of technologies like encrypted apps or unregulated digital currencies, and gaps in cooperation between countries which criminals take advantages of. These are all things that you will be discussing in the next 2 days. I'm really looking forward to the experts that will talk to us today. And I also look forward to seeing you all in Porto in a few weeks' time when we will meet for our annual session. I think this is the year we have a Finnish president here. The Finnish presidency takes the responsibility of this organization in its 50th anniversary. And I think we're really at the crossroad of understanding whether this organization is going to be relaunched for the future. This is an organization that was built to build bridges, to have dialogue, to engage with those who are violating the commitments of this organization. But the more and more I hear ideas of exclusion, ideas of sanctioning members. I think that we have to rethink what we want to do. If we want to make sure that this organization serves its purpose, which is exactly that of creating the possibility to have those who are at loggerheads, those who are on the opposite side of the aisle, to kind of find a common ground and find a moment where they can talk and solve their disputes in a diplomatic way. I think you, who represent 1 billion citizens, should be the voice that we will hear in Porto very strongly with your Porto Declaration, where you say where this organization should go for the next years. Thank you very much. Grazie mille. Buon lavoro.
Grazie, grazie.
Thank you, Roberto. Now there will be a short coffee break, and then we'll start with the first session. I will give the floor to my friend Kyriakos for the Forum of Southeast Europe delegations to the OSCE-PA.
Okay, thank you very much.
Giù o su? Giù, sotto?
Good morning, please. Can we start? Thank you. Dear Honorable Host, dear colleagues, dear President Kauma, Secretary General Montella, dear my friend Mrs. Zoffili, it is a pleasure and an honor to be here with all of you in the Italian Parliament in Rome, participate in this important fourth interparlamentary forum of the Southeast Europe delegations to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, dedicated to the topic of organized crime in Southeast Europe. In our previous forums, we laid the foundation for important joint efforts. In Tirana, we set out key objectives for our cooperation. In Montenegro, we focus on tourism as a vital sector for economic development in the region. In Kastoria in Greece, we discuss energy, its importance to nearly all spheres of life and economic well-being. Today, we turn to an ongoing threat that undermines every aspect of development, organized crime. While tourism and energy represent potential for progress, organized crime represents a force that destroys the economy, damages public trust, and jeopardizes national and regional stability. It drains national budgets, weakens institutions, and if left unchecked, it can influence policy making itself. History has shown us how dangerous organized crime can become when it infiltrates state structures. Sadly, in some parts of the world, criminal networks have operated above the law, even above public institutions. Organized crime is highly adaptable with sophisticated operations that evolve constantly. But it is important to remember, these operations cannot succeed without the involvement or at least the complacency of individuals within institutions. In Southeast Europe, we may not see vast criminal empires as in some other regions, but our specific geographic and the number of small neighboring states make us vulnerable to transnational and regional criminal networks. The Balkans remain a key transit route between Europe and Asia, used for both legal and illegal trade. Cooperation between criminal groups of various ethnic backgrounds is often seamless and regrettably highly effective. Let me be clear, this is not an issue unique to the Southeast Europe region. I got to stress it. Organized crime is present within EU member states as well. That is why we are here to strengthen international cooperation in the fight against it. If criminal networks recognize no borders, then our institutions must also work across borders with the highest level of coordination, mutual trust, and shared responsibility. As a politician, I firmly believe that the fight against organized crime cannot be left to institutions alone. Civil society, academia, the media, and the public must all be part of this effort. We must mobilize all segments of society to stand against those who profit at the expense of this public good. I would like to conclude with a quote from Harry Thomas Buckler, which I find particularly relevant. Society prepares a crime. The criminal commits it. Let us reflect on this as we begin our discussions today. I look forward to an open and productive exchange, and I encourage each of you to contribute your experience and insights to help advance our common goals. I would like to thank all the delegations participate in this interparliamentary forum of the forums of the delegations from Southeast Europe to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. You are contributing to long-standing peace in the region and making valuable use of this platform for dialogue provided by the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Thank you. So we continue with the first panel. We have excellent speakers, Mrs. Mary Bozis, Mr. Nicola Terzic, Mr. Mayor General Antonio Guidavale Sere, and Mr. Sasha Stram. Dear colleagues, honorable host, Madam President, distinguished guests, it is an honor for me to introduce the first session of the Interparliamentary Conference on the fight against organized crime in the OSCE region. This open session fulfills the kind invitation extended by the Italian Parliament to host the fourth Interparliamentary Forum of Southeast Europe delegations to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, an initiative warmly supported by our Italian hosts who are integral members of these regional efforts to enhance cooperation and foster friendly relations in the Western Balkans and beyond, as outlined in the Bucharest Declaration. Special thanks also to my friend Evgenios, who is all the time supporting this initiative and all the events of the Southeast Forum, and of course, all the other members of the Italian and the Secretariat of the Italian Parliament. I take this opportunity to also thank our previous Albanian, Greek, and Montenegrin hosts for the successful forums held in Tirana, Kastoria, and Podgorica. Organized crime operates through intricate and widespread networks that pose a significant threat to our shared security. So, too must our response be equally united and coordinated across borders. Today we have the pleasure to listen to the insight of renewed experts and prominent figures who boast years of experience in the field of anti-terrorism. The first speaker of the panel is Mary Bozis, professor at the Department of International Relations at the University of Piraeus in Greece. Her research interests focus on issues of international security and terrorism, with activities in prestigious think tanks and international organizations. Professor Bozis has also worked as special advisor to the minister in ministries of the Greek government and currently teaches at the School of National Security and the School of National Defense. She is joining us remotely. Dear Professor, thank you for addressing our colleagues and guests. Please, the floor is yours. We are ready? We cannot hear yet. Microphone. Κυρία Μπόσης, μπορείτε να ανάψετε το μικρόφωνο σας παρακαλώ. Δεν σας ακούμε ακόμη.
Τώρα?
Yes, ναι. Ναι, σας ακούμε.
Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I will begin in the beginning of this short thank the head of the Italian parliamentary delegation of the OSCE, Mr. Eugenio Zoffili, and Mr. Kyriakos Hadjiyannis, the Vice President of the OSCE and Special Representative of Southeast Europe, for the honorary invitation, present to you a few thoughts of a very big issue. I will touch upon the subject of Western Balkans, terrorism and organized crime. Starting this presentation, I will say a few words on the subject of definitions or not. Certainly, you know them, so I will just remind you. Attempts to develop a universally accepted definition of terrorism have not yet been successful. On the other hand, the UN has given us a definition of organized crime, saying that organized crime functions as a criminal enterprise that rationally works to profit from illicit activities that are often in great public demand, such as trafficking in drugs, firearms, and even persons. In the Western Balkans, the nexus between organized crime and terrorism has been an issue of grave importance. After decades of war and turmoil, with centuries-old rivalries due to its complex history, tensions arose over ethnic, religious, political, and even cultural issues. They even have issues of old and new nationalism that tends to produce territorial clashes. Being part of Southeast Europe, it is often referred to as the powder keg of Europe, a region so rich in history with a constant tendency to transform history into politics. As problems of corruption and organized crime boomed in the 90s, they started to undermine the foundations of the weak new states. Cohesion, either in political, economic, or social basis, was troubled due to the perpetuation of violence and the constant corruption. Problems of corruption and organized crime, or the so-called symbiosis of political power and organized crime, led to permanent corruption networks as they deeply affected the countries. It is known, and at the same time common knowledge, that criminal activity funded political parties. Organized crime and criminal networks continue to have a destabilizing effect as they deal with many commodities and connect with corruption. Consequently, endemic problems of corruption reduce any trust the citizens might have in the economy, the lack of rule of law, or how a society should function as a whole. It ends by spreading violence, magnifying illicit proceeds, and eventually normalizing corruption. In many Western Balkan countries, the relationship between state structures and criminal groups takes the form of joint ventures. The European Commission has told us, regarding the Western Balkans, today the countries show clear elements of state capture, including links with organized crime and corruption at all levels of government and administration, as well as a strong entanglement of public and private interests. All this creates a sentiment of impunity and inequality. In addition, the EU stated that this problem is the biggest obstacle to the integration of Western Balkan countries into the EU. Europol mentions that serious organized crime is not just a threat to public safety, it impacts the very foundation of the EU. It continues adding, criminal networks fuel operations through corruption, money laundering, creating a hidden financial system that weakens economies and erodes trust in government structures. In other words, organized crime functions as a service model that is closely related to the intensification of violence. This violence is present in public spaces, causing harm to the citizens while instilling fear in society. This criminal activity operates through borders, as most of the criminal members are quite professional actors. Criminal networks have common regional origins, while they operate in EU member states, but maintain close links with the country of origin. This is the case for a number of criminal networks with roots in Western Balkan countries. At the same time, evidence shows that the criminals are adopting new methods in order not to be detected. One of them is to recruit and exploit young people, mostly online. Europol mentions, as these young recruits often lack knowledge of the broader criminal network and have reduced legal exposure, they serve as low-risk assets for criminal networks. These security issues include not only organized crime and criminal networks, they also include radicalization, violent extremism, extreme nationalism, terrorism, and returnees of foreign fighters. A magma of key criminal activities, including drug trafficking, arms smuggling, human trafficking for sexual and labor exploitation, migrant smuggling, money laundering, and financial crime. At the same time, criminals use advanced technology in all its forms. Social media and online platforms are their favorite way of reaching larger audiences. All of the above exists alongside a historical presence of extremist groups, including Islamists, as well as far-right groups. In Europe, there is lack of information regarding the cooperation, most of the time systematic cooperation between organized crime and violent extremist groups. The rise of nationalism has catalyzed the perception of religion as a form of identity in the Balkan countries. Nevertheless, terrorism is motivated by nationalist motives, especially in the Islamic dimension. Foreign fighters from the Balkans went to Syria and Iraq to join ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and all sorts of other terrorist groups. At the same time, homegrown extremism and radicalization have substantially increased instead of decreasing. Due to its historical background and relatively recent history of armed conflict and its lack of development in the social and economic sector as well as in the rule of law, the Western Balkans are vulnerable to security threats. Security threats and security issues, such as illegal immigration, border security, organized crime, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, terrorism, corruption have not decreased as time goes by. At the same time, migrant smuggling networks have not. Instead, their number increasing and creating security threats. The influx of immigrants from the Middle East and Asia, in combination with the weak economic situation in most countries in Southeast Europe, creates further security challenges. It is well known that in the past, Western Balkans had a number of their citizens join foreign fighters' terrorist cells. Presently, the returnees present an important issue of reintegration. Especially women and children who have returned are still in the process of reintegration without much success. The returnees present a security issue, which is not only in the Western Balkans, but also in the EU countries. Recent trends have shown that a substantial number of them participate in the Ukraine war. They joined the war on either side for a number of reasons. Their motives are not very clear, or their motives vary. I drew a pessimistic, grim picture, which is drawn with the possibility that a number of people are able to create mass havoc. An optimistic view will propose better cooperation with regional and international law enforcement forces, better local police forces that are not only better equipped or trained, but also keep open and better relationship with the local community. The local community knows and understands much better who displays signs of extremism and radicalization. In order to challenge law judicial systems, the authorities must be the ones who stand by the rule of law. If there is an adamant wish, then political instability, persistent corruption will eventually end. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Professor Bozis, for your remarks. The next speaker joining us today is Mr. Nicola Tercic. Mr. Tercic has had various positions in the field of security, among which Inspector for the Fight Against Organized Crime and Corruption, Chief of the Budva Security Center, Security Advisor to the Minister of International Affairs, and Director of the Police Administration. Dear Mr. Tercic, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much. Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning, colleagues. I will speak Montenegrin language. Number 5. Dobro jutro, uvažene kolege. Dugujem veliku zahvalnost OSCE-u na pozivu da danas razgovaramo o jednoj jako ozbiljnoj i važnoj temi kao što je borba protiv organizovanog kriminala. Na samom početku mislim da se radi o jako važnoj i inspirativnoj temi. Je li okej? Čuje se? Jako važnoj, je okej? Okej, number 5. Okej?
Number 5.
Okay. It's okay. Just a moment. Okay, okay.
They say number 2 now.
English. Okay.
Should we start again? Now should we start again? thank the OSCE for the invitation, for the opportunity to discuss on such an important topic as the fight against organized crime is. I'm honored to be here to discuss on such a topic, but on the other hand, I'm also sorry that this is the topic we'll be talking. I will explain why. So, I'm very happy on the opportunity to discuss on such an important topic and that all of us in this room can give. From the other hand, I'm also sorry that we are sorry for speaking about this topic in next 2 days. I'm also trying to explain why. When I think about the fact that this is the topic chosen for such an important gathering, it means that this problem of organized crime is still present and that we are still fighting against organized criminal groups. So we will need to discuss that during the conference. This fight needs to start not tomorrow, not in a month, not in a year, but today. All of us in this room, we need to when I thought about what to speak about today, while staying within the given time limit of 10 minutes, I had a choice whether to talk as a director of police or as a professor. The professors like to talk longer, but I will try, within the given time, give answers to certain questions. I thought whether I talk about the roots or historical background of organized crime in Southern and East Europe, to talk about or to focus on the current state of organized crime, or however, I've decided to talk about something entirely different, to talk about the future and try to provide some answers to the questions that awaits us in the future. In this room are representatives of Parliament, and here is our first tasks. Laws that we need to apply and bring should be strict and dangerous and to be applied every day, in every place, and to every organized criminal group without an exception. That's the task for all of us in this room. And now I will ask you for your special attention and particular kind of focus. I will read some quotes. We skinned him alive when he was still alive to get the password of his encrypted phone. The second quote. We cut off his ears so he looked like a dog. Only after that we strangled him. We killed the two guys, just as you said, and we made ground meat of them. We will send it to you by plane to taste. We already had lunch. Those are not scenes from a horror movie. These are parts of Sky ACC messages. And as a director of police, I had the opportunity to read such materials and unfortunately to watch video footages of those acts. If I had decided to play those videos here today, I believe no one in this room would feel comfortable, and those are the images that would follow you for the rest of your lives. The criminals who did all those acts are still on freedom, which means they are still capable of engaging in criminal activities. We mustn't allow this to happen anywhere in the world anymore. If we want to run this fight successfully, we need to have a mutual trust. That's the most important thing. To have a swift exchange of informations in the end, to be united is also the key element of our future actions. In Montenegro, 15-20 years ago, with the strong support from those in power in Montenegro state, there is one criminal group has been formed due to dispute over in Montenegro in 2023, we had 11 small organized groups. In 24, that number rose to 13. I'm not sure that that number will rise in the future, but I'm sure that their structure will change, and some of them might maybe rejoin or merge again. Those criminal groups have their activities mostly in drug trafficking. But they're still, in the second place, we have cigarette smuggling. And when I'm talking about cigarettes, I will tell you one operational fact. One private company from Montenegro earned 350 million euros in a single year from cigarette smuggling. That's almost 1 million per day. I'm telling you that to show you how the organized criminal fight in Montenegro is not easy. Result of all these criminal activities in Montenegro is a large number of murders. Unfortunately, I think that will large in the future. From 2014 to 2024 in Montenegro, there have been 151 murders between these groups. That's the number that concerns us. In 2016, we had 24 murders between those criminal groups. As I said, I'm really afraid that those criminal activities will proceed to happening and the murders as the result of it. In next few minutes, on the same end, I will try to tell more about a model that wasn't so good before. We we run the financial investigations only after criminal investigations. That shouldn't be the model. The model that used to be applied in Montenegro was wrong. It worked on the principle that the criminal investigations was conducted, and only after it was concluded financial investigation that could begin. That model allowed organized criminal groups to hide their assets. What we must do in the future is conduct independent financial investigations, which will come before criminal investigations and which will prevent the hiding of assets by criminal groups. It's very important to seize all assets for criminals, because that's how we weaken criminal groups and straighten the state system and state institutions. This year I published a book on critical infrastructure protection, with a special focus on artificial intelligence, on the security system, and also analyzing the terrorist groups, which we never shall forget. Also, by the end of this year, I'm working on a book, and I will finish a book and publish it, which will truly depict the state of organized crime in Montenegro. That will be pretty interesting material for all of us, which you will have opportunity to read in English. And it will show the connection between state and organized criminal. Once again, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to discuss on such an important topic. Thank you very much.
Distinguished authorities, dear guests, first of all, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all of you, and I would like to thank the special representative of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly on Combating Organized Crime, Mr. Zoffili, for his invitation to this very important event, which provides a valuable opportunity for discussion. In the context of the fight against organized crime, the issue of criminal infiltration into the legal economy, or rather, we must now speak of rather entrenchment, fully invests the institutional mission of the Guardia di Finanza as a police force with general competence in economic and financial matters. Precisely because of these specialized competences, at the end of 2023, the Memorandum of Understanding between the OSCE and the Guardia di Finanza was renewed. It was originally signed during the Italian presidency in 2018.
Within the framework of enhanced cooperation provided for in the memorandum, the Guardia di Finanza and the OSCE work together to carry out training initiatives to support member states in countering money laundering and the financing of terrorism, as well as in confiscating and recovering the assets of organized crime. At an organizational level, the Guardia di Finanza's law enforcement apparatus is constituted by the Central Investigation Bureau on Organized Crime, which I've had the honor of leading for the last 3 years, and which is tasked with investigative coordination, analysis of mafia activities, and technical operational support to 26 investigation groups on organized crime, as well as supporting other territorial operational departments engaged in anti-mafia investigations. As for the current features of mafia organizations, I would like to point out that they have long since taken on an increasingly business-like dimension, taking root in the most diverse economic sectors, as our investigations demonstrate, from hydrocarbon and mineral oil trade to metal trade, from commercial distribution to temporary employment, from the waste cycle to the construction market and tourism, without neglecting the public works procurement sector in order to intercept funding provided for in the realization of contracts. The power of intimidation, the so-called mafia method, is now complemented by the ability to seal transversal alliances and collusive agreements with facilitators, that is, dishonest entrepreneurs, disloyal public officials, and unscrupulous professionals willing to make deals in the name of mutual convenience. Entrepreneurs take on an unsuspected role in money laundering operations and investment of illicit capital, since they are able to count on ample guarantees of economic soundness and implement forms of unfair competition against the other economic operators in the same sector. Against this backdrop, new technologies are a multiplier of the dangerousness of criminal networks, as is shown by the increasing use of encrypted phones and cryptocurrencies, a modern tool which is also used for laundering illicit money whilst ensuring the anonymity of the user with an encryption system. Just to mention an example, recently, together with colleagues in Naples, we seized a physical wallet of an arrested person, which was returned to Italy, and the wallet contained 1.8 million euros in USDT type currency. So just one operation brought us 1.8 million euros. This testifies to the extent to which these instruments are being used. It is undeniable that modern mafias pose a constant transnational threat to economic security, which is one of the key aims of the OSCE. Evidence from many activities carried out by our departments show that mafia-type criminals frequently resort to tax evasion and other financial crimes, and the recent investigation has given us an example, including tax evasion and other financial crimes, among which bankruptcy, banking, and corporate crime, not only to evade taxes and payments to suppliers, but also to give an appearance of legality to criminal financial flows. These fraudulent mechanisms are increasingly marked, and I would like to raise your attention on this point. They are marked by the involvement of Chinese criminal organizations, which provide their services based on structured and sophisticated underground banking mechanisms, thanks to the huge availability of cash. They also operate on behalf of Italian criminal groups and foreign criminal groups who need reliable channels for transferring money abroad or for their own money laundering operations. In this context, numerous operations have played a pivotal role, and it's a current trend. There are interactions on the Italian territory between Chinese gangs, mafia organizations, and Albanian criminal groups engaged in international drug trafficking. Just to mention an example, we carried out Operation Tornado together with colleagues from Brescia. The operation was coordinated by the local district anti-mafia director with the cooperation of Europol, the Italian Ministry of the Interior, Albanian, Polish, and Swiss police forces, with the support of Eurojust. 57 individuals belonging to 2 different criminal organizations were arrested. One organization was Albanian and was involved in drug trafficking, and the other was an Italian-Chinese organization involved in money laundering coming from drug trafficking, using false invoices amounting to 365 million euros. This affects all EU countries. And thanks to the tool we can avail ourselves of, we were able to seize more than 60 million euros. With regard to criminal associations originating in Southeastern Europe, the subject of this session, one that deserves special attention is certainly the Albanian-based criminality. The Albanian criminal associations have, over time, acquired a prominent role in managing drug trafficking, combining features of traditional mafias, rigid internal discipline, an organized structure, reliability, resilience, with innovative and modern elements, such as the capacity to reinvest illicit proceeds in economic activities and the use of modern technologies. In the field of drug trafficking, Albanian criminal organizations are now a global player. They are capable of trafficking in different types of drugs. With regard to cocaine, they take care of every stage of the supply chain and distribution throughout Europe. And they use, as you probably know, the main European ports of entry: Rotterdam, Antwerp, Barcelona, Gioia Tauro in Italy. The cells that make up the criminal network are often interconnected, and they make use of a dense network of associates in contact with high-value targets, HVT. They are located in various European countries, and they are directly coordinated from Albania, and leaders of the organizations often reside in Albania. They have established strong links with major South American producers of cocaine. And finally, some are also present in Turkey and the United Arab Emirates. And furthermore, the operational experience of recent years of the Guardia di Finanza has shown that criminal organizations of Albanian origin interact with Italian mafias. No Italian region is immune from criminal actions that are coordinated, directed, or participated by Albanian traffickers. In fact, this phenomenon is the subject of investigations carried out by numerous units of the Guardia di Finanza, delegated by judicial authorities. As I was saying earlier on, the description of current structures and evolutionary trends of criminal organizations clearly shows that today's mafias are characterized, albeit with different peculiarities, by a common denominator, that is a highly entrepreneurial vocation, often with international connotations. In this regard, our action at the Guardia di Finanza is developed through the following main lines of intervention: systematic attack on illicitly accumulated assets, also by using operational IT tools which can process large data sets. These data are acquired very quickly and accurately. And then we have developed an in-house software which processes all data coming from databases and produces precise reports stating what the assets related to a certain profile are. Another important element is the analysis of suspicious financial flows by relying on suspicious transaction reports and intensifying internet monitoring activities. Today, the dark web is a parallel world. The constant drive for international cooperation is another key pillar, as well as a cross-cutting approach to the mafia phenomenon in order to identify the so-called spy crimes I was mentioning at the beginning. I would like to report some figures to give you an idea of our operations. In 2024, proposals were made by the Guardia di Finanza for the seizure of movable assets, real estate, companies, company shares, and financial assets worth over 3 billion euros. Seizure and confiscation orders have also been issued by the judicial bodies for a total value of 2 billion euros. This money was taken from mafia organizations, and this shows how pervasive they are. And let me now conclude. As we all know, organized crime has now taken on a transnational connotation, and it constitutes a constant and growing danger to the security of our states and our economies. And the previous speakers have also testified to this fact. Here, we at the Guardia di Finanza are convinced that it is ever more important to ensure the constant sharing of information and operational experience between investigative bodies at European and international level, as well as between parliamentary and judiciary bodies. We are making all efforts to give new impetus to joint investigative teams that allow for a more direct and immediate relation between magistrates and law enforcement agencies in the different states. And this working method has proven to be fundamental. Tools can also be used to identify assets abroad, such as the network of assets recovery offices and the instrument of silver notice, which was recently introduced by Interpol following an Italian proposal. Finally, the cooperation tools provided for by the operational anti-mafia network ET-ON, coordinated by Europol and Eurojust, and the ICANN project are key elements. The latter was set up at the Central Directorate of the Italian Criminal Police. So initiatives such as the one we are participating in today are welcome, as they are indispensable for fostering a common, shared and incisive approach in the fight against transnational organized crime. And let's keep in mind what Judge Falcone taught all of us. He was the first one to work together with the US. And so we need to reaffirm the values of legality and respect for the rules. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mayor. Let us move to the last speaker of this session, Mr. Sasha Stramp, working for the OSCE Secretariat, where he holds the position of Senior Program and Analysis Officer in the Strategic Police Matter Unit of the Transnational Threats Department. Dear Mr. Stramp, thank you for joining our panel today. We look forward to hearing more about the OSCE's activities and perspectives to counter transnational threats and organized crime. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting the Secretariat to participate today. Thank you to the Special Representative, and thank you to the Chair. I would like to spend the next few minutes to talk a little bit about what the OSCE is concretely doing on the ground to combat organized crime in Southeastern Europe. Now first, just a very quick look at what it is we're actually trying to address. Organized crime is undergoing some very fundamental changes. The excerpt that you read here is actually from the EU Serious and Organized Crime Threat Assessment, which was very recently released. This, of course, focuses on the EU, but I think there are some universal insights there. And part of these insights are that there is a very profound transformation of organized crime and acceleration through technology, such as artificial intelligence, the blockchain, and others, and that this is making organized crime more dangerous, in fact. Now, if we look at organized crime specifically in the region that we're concerned with today, in southeastern Europe, we can see that there's a significant impact of the so-called Balkan route, so criminal trafficking routes that are transiting the region. We see the large-scale trafficking of drugs and other illicit commodities. I think tobacco was mentioned earlier, for instance. We see large-scale migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings. There are also other phenomena like corruption, cybercrime, trafficking in illegal firearms, various frauds, environmental crime. So this is information that we regularly collect from the field operations that are based in the region. And as you can see, the OSCE has been present there for many, many years, for many decades, in fact. And of course, mandates change, the shape and the responsibilities of the missions have changed. But I think working with law enforcement has been a key component of most of these missions for a long, long time. I don't want to go into much detail here, just to give you an overview of the mandate. So the Permanent Council, the Ministerial Council has thought it fit to furnish us with a very broad mandate to address different phenomena in the area of organized crime. So we have a very robust mandate to address these issues across the OSCE region, and particularly in southeastern Europe. I want to draw your attention to an annual report that we produce, which is the annual report of the Secretary General on police-related activities. This is an account of all activities that the OSCE implements in the field together with police-related organizations, so more broadly speaking with law enforcement. And a large part of these activities are intended to address organized crime. To give you an overview of what occurred last year, so we roughly separate the activities that the OSCE implements in this area in two distinct categories. On one hand, we're looking at enhancing law enforcement capacities, so enabling law enforcement to be more effective and efficient. And on the other hand, we implement activities that are meant to address directly transnational threats. In last year, just to give you an idea of the scope and the scale, police-related activities that were organized by the field operations in southeastern Europe involved 15,644 participants. This is not just law enforcement, it's also civil society organizations, other stakeholders, but I think you can see that there is a really broad effort, and this involves a lot of people trying to assist in the fight against organized crime. So I will look just very briefly at some of the concrete activities that are being implemented by the field operations, and this is from last year. There's much more going on, but just to give you an idea and a flavor of the types of things that that are being implemented on the ground. Now, if we look at the first area where we're building capacity, when we look at the area of border security and arms control, for instance, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we had a very large training course on arms storage to reduce the risk of these arms disappearing or being stored incorrectly. In terms of intelligence-led policing, investigative capacities, for instance, in Albania, we had training courses on advanced information and intelligence analysis, and that also included the donation of the equipment that is needed to do these very modern analysis processes. In Kosovo, we had a big push and a workshop on asset confiscation and money laundering and joint financial investigations, which is intended to really enhance interagency cooperation in Kosovo, so making the different agencies work with each other. And then in terms of institutional reform, we had in Serbia, just one example, the implementation of a case management system, which is a really hands-on help for the authorities there to enable them to manage cases, to gain an overview of what's happening. This is another very concrete example. So this is training programs for the anti-narcotics police investigators in Kosovo, and this is a very comprehensive program, and that entailed creating awareness of IEDs and explosives that they might encounter as part of their investigations, how to safely handle hazardous materials, which is increasingly relevant in drug investigations, how to carry out safe facility and vehicle searches, and then also how to do tactical training in hostile environments. So now if we're looking at addressing specific threats, we also have a lot of activity here. So in terms of addressing corruption, again in Kosovo, we had a specialized training on political corruption and illicit financing. There have been training activities on the dark web and cybercrime and similar things. Also, we're trying to address environmental crime, for instance in Montenegro, through a workshop on illegal logging and wildlife trafficking, and that was actually a regional workshop that addressed the entire region. And again, we also address other issues like financial crime and asset recovery. So the OSCE runs a very comprehensive asset recovery program that works with all the countries in the region. And we are also helping the countries in the region tackle trafficking in drugs and other illicit commodities. For instance, the trafficking in cultural goods in the region. And of course, we also have programs that address directly trafficking in human beings. One element I would like to highlight perhaps is a conference that was organized in Montenegro, again a regional conference that sought to for the first time address the issue of trafficking in human beings in supply chains. So this was a first for the region, and I think quite a significant success. Of course, we not only have the field operations who are implementing activities in Southeastern Europe, we also have the OSCE Secretariat, where I'm based, and the other institutions. I'll be brief about this, but we have a very comprehensive program in the Transnational Threats Department, in particular in my unit, where we address organized crime, the trafficking of different substances, firearms, asset recovery, community policing, crime analysis. We look at women in policing, how to advance there, and also address cybercrime and gender-based violence. And there are a lot of activities that are falling in this category. We have a regional cooperation framework for these different parts of our mandate. We organize training activities, we lend institutional support, and we provide gender-responsive interventions. I mentioned asset recovery, and I think very important would also be to mention the youth engagement and youth crime prevention. We also want to generate knowledge and insights, so we are engaging in research. Here are some examples of recent publications that we have. Understanding the role of women in organized crime, which is a topic that's quite overlooked in a lot of cases. We're trying to close a knowledge gap there. We're looking at the role of financial literacy in youth crime prevention, how to ensure human rights compliance in cybercrime investigations, and how to build effective police-public partnerships. We're not the only unit in the Transnational Threats Department. We also have our colleagues working in the Action Against Terrorism unit. They are working on countering terrorist financing. They target also the nexus between crime and terrorism online, and they engage in capacity building, cross-border evidence gathering. We also have the Border Security and Management Unit, and here we're looking at everything that's relevant to border security, so detection of foreign documents, also what I already mentioned, the trafficking in cultural property, and then also working on the area that's very much in the forefront right now, also in the EU, which is the advanced passenger information analysis. Also in the Secretariat, we have the Office of the Special Representative on Countering Trafficking in Human Beings. They're obviously looking more on the THB side, also responding to the refugee crisis caused by the war against Ukraine. We have activities that are more related to financial intelligence, encountering THB, and then also regional capacity building. Then we have the Office of the Coordinator for Economic and Environmental Activities, and here we again, maybe organized crime is not their main mandate, but they're still looking at this from a lens of virtual asset regulation and asset tracing. We cooperate very closely with them on asset recovery, and they also engage in regional coordination. And not to neglect our colleagues that are based in Warsaw for the Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. Again, not their main focus, but they do have some activities who are very much focused on countering organized crime. Again, here terrorism and organized crime as a nexus, hate crime investigations, also institutional reform, so building human rights into anti-organized crime responses, and other cross-cutting approaches. And that's a very brief overview of a lot of different activities. If you're interested to learn more, I would invite you to consult the annual report or to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Mr. Straub, for your presentation. And now, with this, we have reached the end of the panel address, and now I open the floor for any questions or comments. I have a list of about 6 persons who ask for the floor. Okay, 7. We will start, and I will collect also the additional names. So we will. I will give the floor to Liliana Tanqui, National Assembly of French Republic, Deputy Head of the Delegation, and followed by Mr. Mitiu Fatmir from Albania.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would like to thank the Chamber of Deputies for organizing this event to discuss strategies for combating organized crime, corruption, and terrorism. I would also like to take the opportunity to welcome President Macron's visit to Rome 2 days ago to Prime Minister Meloni, which demonstrates a shared desire to work towards strengthening sovereignty and security in Europe. By promoting interparliamentary cooperation, knowledge sharing, and innovation in the combating strategies, the conference aims to strengthen the collective capacity of member states to meet the challenges posed by organized crime. France stands firmly committed alongside the OSCE and our partners to strengthening security and stability in Southeast Europe. Since the 90s, the OSCE has deployed 6 field missions in the Western Balkans, working to reinforce the rule of law, promote reconciliation, support democratic governance, and crucially fight organized crime. In this context, France has taken concrete action. Together with Germany, we launched a key initiative, the Roadmap for the control of small arms and light weapons in the Western Balkans. This initiative aims to reduce the illegal proliferation of weapons by harmonizing legislation, strengthening stockpile management, enhancing tracing mechanism, and physically collecting and destroying arms. It is a tangible contribution to countering, tracking, and organized crime. Beyond the OSCE, the engagement is part of France's comprehensive strategy for the Western Balkans, launched in 2019. It is built on 5 pillars, including peace and security and the rule of law. France works with governments across the region to build stronger capabilities in combating organized crimes, corruption, tracking, and cyber threats. We support judicial reforms, encourage regional police and judicial cooperation, actively contribute to EU, NATO and OSCE missions on the ground. For more than 20 years, a dedicated French interministerial security hub has been operating in Belgrade to coordinate our efforts in Southeast Europe. Most recently, France co-funded with Slovenia the Western Balkan Cyber Capacity Center in Podgorica to help the region counter cybercrime, enhance cybersecurity and strengthen the digital diplomacy. In conclusion, France is working with resolve to help make the Western Balkans a space of stability, rule of law and shared prosperity. Yet no national strategy can succeed without strong international cooperation. And I would like to ask the panel two questions. At the time when the region is particularly exposed to attempts to at foreign influence interference, especially in the political, information and security spheres, what action does the OSCE plan to reinforce in order to better detect, prevent and counter these hybrid threats, and how can we as parliamentarians contribute to supporting these efforts while safeguarding the sovereignty of our partners' democratic institutions? Thank you for attention.
Thank you, dear Liliana. And now the floor is to Mr. Matthew Fatmir from Albania, followed by Milena Apostolaki from Greece. Mr. Matthew.
Thank you very much, Kyriakos. I want to thank our friends from Italy to organizing this really great event, and I want to thank also all the speakers. Grazie mille, Generale. Veramente
Thank you very much, General. The information you've been providing us are indeed very useful, because when it comes to information, Albania is so very interested. Thank you very much for your speech.
More to give an explanation about what is happening in my understanding. So we all have seen that movie called Narcos in Netflix, which some people in Mexico, starting in a remote area, cultivating marijuana, cannabis, and then they get stronger and stronger. They had plantation, they bribed police, and they bribed government. They also finally elected the president of the country because of the power of the money and the connection of organized crime with the politicians. And in my belief, that quote that was more than 100 years ago, that power tends to corrupt and absolute power is absolute corruption, means a lot about, where we are heading in some countries, especially in Southeast Europe. So the biggest concern that we should address is the collusion of the organized crime, drug trafficking with the government. Because you mentioned, some of the key, mafia people, organized crime people, they reside in Albania or other countries. And that exchange of information should make the law enforcement to work and try to attack them. But sometimes we see the reluctance or also working in another direction. And let me just mention you what happened in the last parliamentary elections in Albania, based on ODIHR OSCE report. So this report presented the concern about criminal groups buying votes and intimidating the voters. In last parliament, through Sky CC that Mr. Terzic mentioned, was found that in an area like Durrës, well, 3 MPs were assigned by organized crime groups close to the government to get seats in the parliament. Now, 2 examples in Durrës and Elbasan. People which are not known, people that have no, public performance, young people with no experience, they get 3 times more votes than, politicians or government officials, even more than the prime minister. So how they get the votes? Because the organized crime this time was tasked to support them and support them with the votes, and they can get more votes than the politicians can get. But this shows exactly to what stand we are in certain countries. And that's why the question is, because the lack of rule of law is about power. And that's, when you don't have respect of constitution, if you don't have respect for the rule of law, you don't fight the corruption, you end up to collude with the organized crime. So this is a big concern, and especially when a previous speaker also spoke about follow the money. And it's easy to follow the money, where the money goes, especially in construction, where more than 80% of the investment doesn't come through banks, is money laundering. The main concern that you mentioned in your report as well is the connection with South America. So thousands of young people from Albania, also Montenegro, Serbia, and other countries in the Balkans, they now reside in South America countries in direct contact with drug cartels. And recently we had a visit of ICTAP in Albania from the US, raising the concern about fighting drug cartels. This is not, something that we used to have it before. So that's where the extent of organized crime is right now. So, but to conclude, I'll say we need governments that should understand the power is about serving to the people and not to themselves. It's not about corruption. It's not about money laundering. It's not about connection with organized crime. They should do the opposite, to fight the organized crime, to fight the money laundering, and to fight the corruption. And we hope in this cooperation to a good understanding with Italy and also European countries. We all want to be Europeans, but Europe is not for the leaders, it's for the people. And Europe is the Europe of rule of law. So we cannot have two pictures when OSCE or the report or European Parliament report presents facts of collusion of organized crime with corruption, vote buying and vote intimidation, and next day we have leaders of Europe praising the government that they are the best and they are doing the best, even without really touching and reading their own reports. So I hope that we can come to a standard of understanding what is true and how we can fight. That's why I said, it didn't make me feel comfortable, but the truth is the truth, and we should find a way to fight against organized crime and drug trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fatmir. And now Ms. Elena Apostolaki from Greece, followed by Mr. Kemal Çelik from Turkey.
Thank you. So, dear colleagues, there's no doubt that organized crime in Southeastern Europe is one of the most important and topical issues of concern to us. It is a problem that affects the countries member of our organization on many levels and requires immediate and effective action. It takes various forms in Southeastern Europe, from drug trafficking to arms smuggling and human trafficking. Criminal groups act in a systematic and coordinated manner, exploiting the weaknesses of the system. Criminal organizations have become increasingly structured, and they are not only drivers of illicit activities, but also significant economic players. Organized crime groups are now exploiting new tools, such as the use of AI, such as cryptocurrencies, the integration of modern means, the use of legitimate businesses through which the proceeds of their illegal activities are legalized, while at the same time it becomes more difficult to identify them due to the legitimate cover offered by front companies and the use of corruption as a means of achieving and consolidating their activities, with a tendency to digitalize it, with the ultimate aim of avoiding prosecution against them. This is why tackling them requires stronger cooperation. Organized crime groups operating in the Southeastern European countries usually have close links with their counterparts in other countries of the region. The most important thing to address is this: the cross-border dimension of organized crime in its various forms. Greece has always supported the strengthening of cooperation with the Western Balkan countries in the fight against organized crime. To handle this challenge, we must take collective action. Within the framework of the OSCE in Europe, important initiatives have been taken to fight organized crime. The previous speaker mentioned them. For example, this initiative of establishing the Permanent Conference of Prosecutors of Organized Crime in 2016 has been very important. Through this conference, the exchange of information and mutual informal cooperation between prosecutors of organized crime, anti-corruption, and economic crime was of major importance. So let me add some suggestions aiming to tackle organized crime in a more effective way. Enhancing international cooperation. Cooperation between European countries and international organizations is vital in the fight against organized crime, so we have to insist. Enhancing police investigation by increasing resources and training of police officers, a tool that can help in identifying and prosecuting criminals fast and more effective. And finally, let's examine the option of creating a special fund that will use the confiscated products of finance actions to face organized crime and finance the needed actions. Through dialogue, exchange of practices and cooperation, we can succeed, always on the stable basis of cooperation among our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milena. And now the floor is to Mr. Kemal Çelik from Turkey, followed by Giov from Montenegro.
Evet. Sayın Başkan, çok teşekkür ediyorum. Mafya ve organize suçlarla mücadelede başarılı çalışmaları ve operasyonları nedeniyle İtalyan hükümeti nezdinde sunuyorum. Avrupa'yı doğrudan ilgilendiren Suriye'deki gelişmelerle sözüme başlamak istiyorum. Sayın Başkan, Suriye'de
Is everybody hearing the translation? Please continue. Mr. Çelik, can you continue? English. Yes, please.
Okay, I believe you can hear me now. Okay, perfect, perfect. Previously there was a technical problem, but it has been solved, so we can proceed with the intervention of Mr. Çelik. I believe all colleagues can hear me now.
In the frame of the translation. So sorry for this. So the next speaker is Giov, Montenegro.
microphones are down. So just hold on a minute.
Anche questi? Tutto out. Questo funziona, eh?
Yes, please, Montenegro, and we will come back. Jebrosima from Montenegro.
Može na govornicu da izaći?
So general.
They can speak, yes, they can speak here.
Can the speaker come here to the microphone here to make to speak from here? Yes, please.
Turkish.
Sorry for the inconvenience. So sorry.
Okay. Sayın Başkan.
Dear President, thank you very much. And I would like to start my speech by thanking and congratulating the Italian government and all the Italian institutions for their determined fight against organized crime at all levels. I would like to, if you allow me, mention a country which has not been mentioned broadly before in the speeches. It's Syria. And it will be very important that in Syria there will be a government which will be integrated, of course, sovereign and unitarian, and of course it will be stable in Syria, and that's how it will be a very important actor in the region, and especially for Turkey and for Israel. And for this reason, in Turkey, we have been supporting all of the transition and evolution process in Syria. That's also one of the main issues that we should tackle together. And of course, it will be very important also following the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, also for the European stability, and the negotiations and the meetings that have been taking place recently through Turkey, with the mediation of Turkey, is very important. And also the negotiations that have been going on also in other platforms, of course, will be very important. And here I would like to use this occasion to actually make a call to all members of the Present Assembly to negotiate with both countries and to actually give the effort to work for the peace, work for the stability in the region. Thank you very much.
The floor is to Ms. Jevrosima from Montenegro.
Okay, let's try now. I
Yes.
think that we can hear each other. Grazie cari colleghi e amici per la vostra ospitalità. È sempre
Thank you, dear colleagues and friends, for your hospitality. It's always a great pleasure to be here in Rome. I would also like to thank all speakers.
although as representative of Montenegro, I wasn't very comfortable listening to the situation, but it is very important to speak openly and loudly about our problems, because that's the only way how we can resolve our common issues. Unfortunately, we could hear that organized group very often collaborate much better between themselves than our diplomacy is working and communicating between each others. Especially this situation is challenging in the Western Balkans. And that is something that we need to improve in fight against organized criminal groups. Also, these platforms are very useful for exchanging our practice, to share best practices, and since you all can hear, our organized groups that are operating on our territories they are communicating very well between themselves. So we have to have strong law mechanisms to combat and to win in this fight. Also, we could hear that organized groups don't have any challenges in terms of collaboration, and they don't have nationality, and they speak only one language, the profit. So we also have to unite and collaborate in fight against them. And I had very much questions to ask, and probably I will talk to you during the breaks. But I will use this opportunity to ask the Miss from Greece. Hopefully she's online. How do shifting geopolitical dynamics in Southeast Europe influence the operations and alliance of organized crime, criminal networks in the region? Because we are aware that we are not the island, and every shift in the geopolitical situation affects all region. And also I have one question to other experts in the field regarding on the structure or leadership of organized crimes. Do we have any kind of new pattern, since we noticed the less structured organizations in the terrorist groups? Do we have the same trends when it comes to organized crime groups? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the floor is to Mr. Emanuele Lopefito from Italy, followed by Mr. Sirigos from Greece, and then Mr. Cheikh from Algeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organization of this forum. It has been, right till now, very, very interesting. I really thank to the panelists. I will be quick. We are just coming back from US, and we spoke with some agency and about terrorism and crime organizations. They were speaking about Hezbollah as one of their biggest, we can say, threats that the US and America is facing, meaning that is an international organization, crime organization. Listening to you, I was listening about very dangerous crime organization, but they are more local to the area where we are living, or where we are, everybody of us living or coming from. I was just wondering if those organizations are more local, or there are some other organizations that are organized in a wider area than the OC region. Just a curiosity.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Sirigos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start by expressing our thanks to the Italian organizers, and especially to Eugenio Zoffili, for their hospitality. Thanks. As a country of the Balkans, we have heard with great interest the present session, and we want to thank the speakers, as well as the Vice President, Kyriakos Hatzigianni, for his moderation. We are very concerned about the situation in Albania, which continues to grapple with significant challenges related to drug trafficking and money laundering, especially the facts mentioned by Major General Antonio Quintavalle Cecere about the Albanian mafia and its relationship with South America were really revealing as well as alarming. It is common ground that Albanian-led criminal networks have expanded their operations internationally, notably trafficking cocaine from South America into Europe. Domestically, in Albania, money laundering remains a serious issue, with estimates suggesting that between 300 million up to 700 million euros of illicit funds are funneled through sectors like construction and real estate annually. This estimate stems from research from the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. Over a 3 year period, approximately 1.6 billion euros was laundered via the construction industry, with a significant portion of new developments in Tirana financed by entities lacking transparent financial backing. We hear that Albania intensifies its anti-corruption measures and judicial reforms to effectively combat these criminal networks and money laundering. Nevertheless, if someone visits the center of Tirana or the coastal area, especially in Himare, he will be impressed by the scale and number of constructions. I hear about money laundering, and my question is very simple. What is being done about something so obvious like the control of money in the construction industry in Tirana as well as in the coastline in the area of Himare? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sirigo. And now the floor is to Mr. Chaik from Algeria. Please.
قلت سيد الرئيس، الزملاء النواب الأعزاء، الضيوف الكرام، يشارك الوفد الجزائري في هذا المؤتمر الهام الذي يعقد في روما، هذه المدينة ذات الرمزية الكبيرة في بلد صديق.
Dear guests, thank you for hosting us here. Italy is a strategic partner in this modern time, and our friendships still stand strong when it comes to bilateral cooperation and our long-standing commitment in different international fora, including this one. I would like to express on my behalf and on behalf of Algeria what is Algeria's vision on international cooperation that is based on responsibility, solidarity amongst peoples. Algeria has a long-standing history, track records when it comes to people's freedom. And today we want to extend a helpful hand to members of the international community with no differences whatsoever. We do not want to be at odds with our fundamental principles, including international sovereignty, international law, which will continue to protect and uphold. We also want to make sure that other people's choices are respected. We strive to build a win-win multilateral or bilateral partnerships. Our foreign policy is open, and we look at the future. We believe that sustainable development and peace at world level can only be reached through dialogue, economic cooperation, and cultural and technological exchange. Algeria is a partner of the Mediterranean, and this country has been going through different and manifold threats, including when it comes to organized crime, especially starting from the 90s. More specifically, Algeria has waged a substantial war against criminal terrorist networks, and this has led to overlappings between different crimes, including terrorism, and lastly, other digital crimes. We have come up with a clear, diversified strategy that is based on three crucial pillars: a national plan that is based on rules and laws to prosecute those who commit crimes on the internet, without infringing the law. We refer to the Palermo and Merida conventions, and we also refer to other conventions that were ratified. Furthermore, we have also set up the Central Bureau for the fight against corruption and to analyze data. The goal is to make sure that the Public Prosecutor's Office stays independent. And we also want to be able to tackle intelligence and security-related threats. Number 3, we want to promote transparency of funds and transparency on seized assets. We want to make sure long-term vision and moral are respected. Seized assets are used for social or community projects, including schools, hospitals, but also other reintegration plans. We've also tapped into different legislative reforms, and we've been drawing on EU models to come up with our own legislative frameworks. In the Mediterranean, we want to uphold our vision underpinned by the goal to ensure mutual respect. We want to cooperate with Europe further, and we want to enhance our cooperation with Mediterranean countries. We want to come up with common platforms to face common challenges. We are here to invite you to exchange views on today's challenges. But most importantly, we want to be able to analyze foreign financial flows and financings. Europe cannot be safe without the support of the southern shore of the Mediterranean. Europe starts from this very shore. This is a univocal geopolitical reality, something we can tap into through development and training projects, and we must be able to factor in economic and other considerations too. Finally, I would like to firmly reiterate that fight against organized transnational crime must be waged at an international level in a coordinated fashion. So more so against a backdrop of climate and geopolitical changes. So we must be sure that these funds do not go quicker than justice itself. We must eradicate mafias that hinder cooperation. Algeria is ready to chip in. And to do so, we will do so by respecting the political will and the rule of law. And we would like to extend a helpful hand to all partners. We want to rest on mutual trust, and we want our strategy to rest upon brotherhood and respect. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Italian Parliament and the Italian authorities for hosting this event and for welcoming us here in Rome. This event is of the essence to promote peace and stability.
Floor is to dear Hélène from Belgium. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank the Italian delegation and especially Mr. Zoffili for organizing this conference. And of course, thanks to the speakers for their interventions. Colleagues, in Southeast Europe, organized crime poses a major challenge due to cross-border crimes such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, and money laundering. The region benefits from strong cooperation between countries with a focus on information exchange, joint operation, and harmonization of legislation. Initiatives such as SECI and support from international organizations such as the EU and Interpol reinforce this approach. Capacity building, technological innovations, and public-private partnership improve the effectiveness of investigation and prosecution. At the same time, corruption and limited resources remain a challenge. By sharing best practices and encouraging regional cooperation, the fight against organized crime in Southeast Europe can be strengthened and security in the region improved. In my opinion, a few points of attention. The first, protection of national sovereignty. Cross-border cooperation can be useful, but we must not allow the EU or other international entities to undermine our national legislation and sovereignty. The EU should not interfere in the internal security and justice policies of member states. We must be able to determine for ourselves what cooperation is necessary and what approach works best for our national situation. The second, stricter border control. Organized crime and terrorism exploit open borders. We must better guard our borders to prevent members of criminal and terrorist networks from moving freely throughout Europe. And third and last, rejection of soft policy approaches. We cannot tolerate criminal networks establishing themselves in Europe and thriving there because of weak legislation or a soft approach. It is essential to introduce harsh penalties for those involved in organized crime and terrorism, to dry up criminals' financial resources, and to drastically increase the likelihood of them being caught. All of this is fairly useless without faster judicial procedures. But care must be taken not to criminalize the entire population and should subject them to a surveillance society in which criminals often get away scot-free. I'm curious to hear your point of view.
Thank you very much. So, as we have finished with the list, I will please the panelists to try to respond to all the questions and try to give a collective answer to the main of the questions. I will ask Mr. Stramp and then Professor Bozis through the internet. Please.
Many interesting questions. I'll start at the top. The question from a colleague from France about how to prevent hybrid threats. I mean, at the end of the day, the motivation for a threat is not really, doesn't really have an impact on how it manifests. So we need to equip our law enforcement authorities with the ability to respond to the threats that are there. And if they're utilized by state actors, of course, they can be amplified in a certain way. But I think we need to make sure that the basics are in place so law enforcement authorities can not necessarily prevent, because that's not always the role of law enforcement, but at least detect and then mitigate threats and deal with them. So I think this is very important, because this hybrid threat scenario is always a bit sort of ominous, but there are very concrete actions that can be countered with effective law enforcement. I take the question by Montenegro and the question on leadership in organized crime. So I'm not really responding in my current role, I have to say. Previously, I worked for Europol for 10 years, and I looked at the strategic picture of serious and organized crime in quite some detail there. What we know from investigations like EncroChat and Sky ACC is that there's a really broad spectrum of types of criminal organizations. What we've found back then is that in many cases, yes, you do still have these sort of hierarchical, very integrated organizations, but on the other hand, and perhaps even more difficult to tackle, you have these very dispersed networks of people who are communicating, people coming in and out of a network, so not really an organization, but more of a network. And I think this is something that's been proliferating, not just in Europe, but also much broader than that. In terms of criminal organizations, I mean, criminal organizations are, the threatening ones are operating globally. So we've heard at length about the Albanian criminal organizations. I think there are many more. And also in Southeastern Europe, it's not just the Albanians, it's also there are other nationalities that are very active in the importation of cocaine, for instance, from South America. And I think it's very important to recognize that Southeastern Europe is becoming a much more important entry point for cocaine and other illicit commodities that are traveling to Europe and are being trafficked onwards from here. That's a short answer from my side. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Professor Bozis. If we are not ready, can we ask Mr. Tetsi?
Ok, thank you. Bilo je više zanimljivih pitanja.
There were a lot of interesting questions, but since we have only 5 minutes left, I will shortly and briefly answer. When cyber criminal is a question, we already have one in Montenegro that is formed, and it will start operating soon. It has been formed between France and Montenegro. We already have a new law on information security. And we hope that at the end of the year, Cybersecurity Agency will start working and operating, and it will give full help in all those fields. Firstly, we need to educate people to fight against cybersecurity. We need more tools, more knowledge from international organizations, and also to find a competent people to lead. In 2021, Montenegro showed that it's not capable to stop cyber threats on the state administration system. Whole state administration system was blocked, and a big help in solving this problem we got from NATO. About the question about organized criminal in Montenegro, do they operate only locally or they have international character. Mostly our organized criminal groups, those which I thought when I was speaking about Sky messages, they have international character. I think that there is no state in the world that you won't find the cells of Montenegrin criminal organizations in. In 2020 year, there were 20 of those cells in the world. On the end of 2024, that number raised on 50. Very shortly, I will tell you that at the end of 2023, in Spain, was confiscated big shipment of cocaine, and the Montenegrin criminals are behind it. 2 tons and 230 tons of cocaine. The leader of one of those criminal groups is Jovan Vukotic. In France, there are well-known Montenegrin criminals, and we have movies filmed after it, the Pink Panthers. Last year, at informally speech in Cairo, we found out that we have also the cells in Cairo, and we can say, unfortunately, conquering the world in that field. So we are here to try to find the solutions between all of us.
It's hard to provide a very brief answer in just a couple of minutes. I will start by answering to the question posed by MP Loperfido. Organizations do not have borders. They move wherever the money is. We have captured latitants residing in Dubai, Camorra latitants. Other ones were arrested in Santo Domingo. So everything that was said by MPs from France and Belgium concerning national security is not an issue to criminals. They do not have to come to an agreement with different countries before they start operating. On the other hand, we do need time to proceed, and time is money when it comes to investigation. And I will also answer the question by the representative of Montenegro, who was asking about new trends and new patterns. I was, in my speech, I was talking of Albanian and Chinese groups. The Chinese mafia and 'Ndrangheta related groups, they provide services to entrepreneurs. 'Ndrangheta, for example, works together with foreign companies. Entrepreneurs can pay false invoices with a regular wire transfer. And then some countries like China are also playing a crucial role now. We are a bit late on this because our colleagues from Belgium and Dutch need to provide us with details when we need to work with these countries. And it takes time. It takes really a long time. Sometimes we get there too late. Even though investigative data is present and then we can interact with the judiciary. But our colleagues from these other countries are faster, and criminals are even faster because they do not follow any rules. One thing is clear, this is a great advantage for criminal organizations, but I think it's hard to find a solution to it. As we often do, we have to talk directly with our colleagues from other colleagues. You do it at political level, we do it at police level. A direct relationship facilitates our work. We can just phone our colleagues and then formalize their requests later. I think this is a key point to reflect on. The representative from Belgium was talking of a homogeneous legislation. The power of the judiciary is as effective as seizures are. In many countries, legislation is different. In Italy, we have an amazing tool to seize assets from mafias. So it is a complex issue that requires a collective effort. As for the question of MP Mediu from Albania, talking of South America, we have a joint investigation team together with Ecuador. People in Ecuador are concerned, not to mention Ndrangheta, which is operating all around the world, in Australia as well, but in Ecuador there were some concerns because Albanian organizations were handling drug trafficking from there. Another key issues is that of bets, games. Some servers maybe are located in Bulgaria. And as Falcone has taught us, we need to follow the money. We did follow the money, but then we got to a certain point where it was hard to verify who the bank accounts belong to, and this makes our operations a lot harder.
Interesting participation, questions, and now the questions and answers from our panelists. And now the conclusion, dear colleagues. With this, we come to the end of our panel. I would like to extend my special appreciation and thanks to all of our panelists for joining today's session and sharing their expertise through insightful and through provoking contributions. Thank you once again for your presence here with us. I believe we all leave this discussion enriched by your perspectives and knowledge. A final declaration for the OSCE delegations participating in the conference has been circulated. I now present it to you for adoption. Can the final declaration be agreed upon? Thank you very much. It is adopted. Thank you, dear colleagues. With this, we come to the end of our fourth Interparlamentary Forum on Southeast Europe. I would like to once again express my gratitude as Special Representative for Southeast Europe to the Italian delegation for their excellent hospitality and for provoking us with this beautiful venue in the heart of their democracy to host our proceedings. My sincere thanks go also to you, dear colleagues, from your presence here today. We hope that the insights shared during this session will be treasured and carried back as valuable knowledge to inform your work in your respective parliaments. And again, I want to give special thanks to our friend and colleague Eugenio Zoffili, and I please him to come here for a small present on the name from my parliament.
Grazie. Posso? Grazie. Thank you very much. Grazie di cuore, Kyriakos.
Thank you, Kyriakos. And thank you to all the experts and guests we had in this panel. I was present at the last 3 sessions in Albania, Montenegro, but also in Greece, in Castoria. This is the 4th forum. We were very honored to host it in Italy. It's been very interesting and useful, not just for countries from Southeast Europe, but for all of us, exchanging good practices, exchanging experiences was really interesting. And I'm looking at our speaker from the Guardia di Finanza and at all speakers. This panel really was a great example of high professionalism. I was also talking with the general earlier on. Parliamentary diplomacy, also thanks to the OSCE, is trying to play a more incisive role in supporting you in your activity. It was really interesting to find out how you work together. Thanks to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, we are building interpersonal relationships. I'm looking at Azerbaijan, at Turkey, at Montenegro, at Romania, or at the United Kingdom. We are trying to do what you are doing with your colleagues. We reach out to each other when we need to in order to overcome different obstacles. I'm also looking at Secretary Montella. We're always trying to overcome obstacles in bureaucracy, which can slow down our work. And we are taking examples from your operations, and we really want to be as useful as possible in supporting our law enforcement agencies. So they really deserve an applause. In Italy and in the rest of the world, they work tirelessly for our security and for our freedom. Thank you.
To confirm and to give the appreciation for your personal approach all the time and readiness for supporting the work of Southeast Europe. And actually the dream, our dream, is to strengthen the peace in this region. And I'm so sure that you are doing this on a personal belief, but also on the name of Italian Parliament. So thank you so much personally. And of course, I will express also my thanks to all of you, to all of the other delegations from the Southeast Europe, and we appreciate it. I thank also all of you for the final declaration, and the final declaration which is decided, was adopted today. It will be part of the final resolution in Porto next month. Thank you, all of you, once again, and we stay to your conduct. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch now.
Antonio, ti devo... Ah, ok, fate prima la foto allora. I am the head of all the investigations of the Guardia di Finanza, financial mafia investigations, organized crime, you name it. Yes. He was working with me already 15 years ago, and now then he did here and but they're very careful. And anyway, it's not really the guy going outside making the guys but yes, it's posso avere 2 minuti?
hai 10 minuti di scarico del Senato?
No, col tempo
Perché io mi
necessario.
avete fatto aspettare, mi sono detto
No,
scrivere.
senatrice, lei è necessario.
No, mi avete fatto
Perché sono tutti interventi.
Io chiaramente ho dato lo sguardo su adesso devo andare, devo vedere sociale.
Aspettiamo un attimo. Non lo so, cioè, capito. Possiamo iniziare? Iniziamo, dottoressa. Ben ritrovato.
Welcome back. And good afternoon, everyone. I would like to reiterate my heartfelt welcome to all colleagues of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Rome on my behalf and on behalf of the entire Italian delegation that I have the honor to chair. May I please
Grazie, così.
Thank you. So we are all seated. As I said, again, welcome to Rome on my personal behalf, and obviously on behalf of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, on behalf of the Italian delegation that I have the honor to chair. Let us start the second panel of our conference on the fight against organized crime in the OSCE region. I would like to thank Senator Rando, member of the Parliamentary Committee of Inquiry into Mafia-related and other criminal organizations, including foreign organizations. Thank you for being here. On my right, Prefect Renato Cortese, Director of the Central Directorate for Road and Railway Police and Space Police Units, and from the Ministry of the Interior of Italy. I would also like to welcome Prefect Maria Rosaria Lagana, Director of the National Agency for the Administration and Destination of Assets Seized and Confiscated from Organized Crime, Ministry of the Interior of Italy. And then the Carabinieri Corps, represented by Brigadier General Antonio Montanaro, head of the Organized Crime, Subversion and Terrorism Unit from the General Commander of the Carabinieri Corps, Italy. Thank you, General, for being here. You are here in a very high number, and this is proof of the vitality of our Assembly in view of the plenary session that will take place in less than a month in Porto. I would like to thank all speakers, and in particular the distinguished experts who will be animating the second session dedicated to the fight against organized crimes and mafia, and in particular social reuse of confiscated property. Senator Rando, Prefects Cortese Lagana and General Montanaro will give us an overview of their long-standing experience based on the commitment of institutions and society in the fight against the mafia. As the President of the Chamber of Deputies has just recalled, Lorenzo Fontana, asset confiscation is one of the most effective forms of fighting organized crime. Striking at illicitly accumulated assets means not only weakening the economic power of mafias, but also developing a positive path, creating opportunities for growth for our communities. Indeed, the confiscation of organized crime assets and their reuse for public good best represents the idea of the state as the supreme guardian of legality. Instruments such as this are indispensable to ensure both security and a sense of justice in all areas of common living. The symbolic importance of reusing confiscated property is indeed extraordinary because its use for social purposes represents a message of victory for the state over organized crime and a message of hope for the affected communities. The confiscation of illicitly accumulated assets not only prevents the reinvestment of proceeds of criminal actions by cutting the criminal cycle that is based on accumulation and laundering, but it also allows for the restoration of communities and the liberation from the criminal presence through the allocation of assets for institutional purposes. In 2010, Italy established a dedicated agency for the administration and destination of assets seized and confiscated from organized crime, which is headed by, as we said, Prefect Lagana, that is here today with us. The agency is tasked with taking over the management of these assets and allocating them to civil society for institutional and social purposes. The fight against organized crime is a complex reality, and it involves institutions, law enforcement, the judiciary, and all of us. Each of us must commit to what is a hard battle made up of sacrifice and courage. The role of law enforcement should serve as an example for all, as they represent the values of altruism, selflessness, civic sense, and responsibility. Law enforcement representatives constantly remind us through their extraordinary work that state is not something distant from citizens. The state is first and foremost us, and we are expected to make a contribution for the common good and security. The availability of criminal proceedings poses a significant threat to the integrity of the economy and society, jeopardizing the rule of law and fundamental rights. The importance of following the flow of money, we said it this morning, as a crucial tool for detecting, freezing, and confiscating illegal proceeds, comes to us from the teachings of the never forgotten Italian judge Giovanni Falcone. May we make a big round of applause for the sacrifice of Mr. Falcone and his escort and his wife. Just over 10 days ago, May 23rd, marked the 33rd anniversary of the assassination by the mafia of Judge Falcone, his partner, Francesca Morvillo, and his escort. That tragic date has become the day of lawfulness, a living memory, because as our President of the Republic, Sergio Mattarella, rightly recalled, we must always remain vigilant, and we must involve the newer generations in the responsibility of building a future free from criminal constraints. There's a need to ensure continuity in the commitment of institutions in the fight against organized crime and mafias. International cooperation was initiated by the 2000 Palermo Convention, but still a long way to go, not least in light of the economic and technological transformations of recent decades. Amongst the most conspicuous sources of funding for organized crime, there's no doubt there's drug trafficking. And indeed, this is one of the strands I have particularly focused on since I was appointed as the OSCE Assembly Special Representative on combating organized crime in July 2023. I recall the meetings held at the UN offices in Vienna with Dr. Benibello and New York last year, where the essential nature of international cooperation came to the surface, and this is key to counter cross-border ramifications of crime. With this in mind, international cooperation mechanisms, including mutual legal assistance and information sharing, need to be strengthened in order to address the transnational nature of organized crime and ensure rapid tracking and recovery of illicitly accumulated assets. Witness protection programs must also be the subject of increased cooperation. This is why the OSCE is an exceptional platform to encourage participating states to strengthen their legal and institutional frameworks, update investigative techniques for the tracing and identification of assets derived from organized crime that can be seized, and we should always adopt the follow the money approach based on new cryptocurrencies and artificial intelligence phenomena. The supplementary theme on promoting the recovery and preservation of assets confiscated from organized crime that I will present in Porto has this very objective, which I hope you will want to share with me. Thank you. I am pleased that Senator Vincenza Arando will open this session. Senator Vincenza Arando, thank you for being here. Senator Arando was elected in Sicily with the Democratic Party, and she's also a member of the Parliamentary Anti-Mafia Committee. Senator Arando has included the transnational perspective of organized crime in her mandate. She has dedicated her entire life to the fight against the mafia, and in her region, she has courageously committed herself to association life and Libera. For those who don't know it, Libera is an association founded 30 years ago by Luigi Ciotti that is now part and parcel of the whole Italian territory. Libera raises awareness amongst the citizens on the evil of mafias, and it raises awareness on the tragic impact of mafia's actions in the past, not only in Italy but internationally too. Let me remind you that last year Libera spearheaded an international conference on the social use of property confiscated from the crime, together with the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. Senator Rando, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My warm greetings to the head of the Italian delegation, MP Zoffili. My warm greetings to all delegates from the participating states, and thanks again to the distinguished speakers and my colleagues. I also want to thank you for focusing on fight against organized crime and mafias through the lenses of the social use of confiscated property. I was awarded this reflection. I'll try to bring you my experience and the experience of Italy that I think is pivotal. Legislation on the attack of mafia assets and the public and social reuse of property confiscated from mafias has been in place in our country for 43 and 29 years, respectively. History, memory. It is important when we talk about laws, it is important to remember what is behind this. Mafia criminal organizations do not bring anything to communities. They do not give anything back. On the contrary, they establish themselves and they infiltrate and they destroy good businesses, free competition, and they make communities more fragile. Mafias take away beauty and human resources and economic resources. Of course, understanding the mafia phenomenon is increasingly complex, as our president rightly recalled. There are increasingly more sectors that are impacted, and this is why we need the virtue of being able to distinguish things within the complexity and to understand the transformations of old and new mafias, the new areas of interests. Therefore, we must know more, and we must carry out an in-depth analysis. Old and new areas of mafias. You mentioned drug trafficking, but I also would like to mention construction, waste disposal, agricultural-related mafias and fund fraud, usury, gambling, tax dodging, false invoicing, the so-called economic property crimes, mafia political vote buying, the exploitation of migrants, and the caporalato phenomena. So therefore, it is all the more urgent to hit the mafias at their core when it comes to capital. So confiscation and seizure of assets. Without the social reuse, though, we cannot succeed in this endeavor. This has been a long journey. We had the setbacks, we had flaws, but this has undeniably marked one of the most advanced objectives in the state fight against mafia organizations. We should not forget all the positive steps that were taken in the third sector associations and social cooperatives. So we mentioned the Libera, but not only. But there's one more element which goes beyond the boundaries of the judicial dimension. That is to say, the principle of reparation that is implemented in the and epitomized in the social restitution of the goods taken away from the community in return for job opportunities, community life, and so on and so forth. In this country, the law on social reuse of confiscated property was drafted based on the collection of over 1 million signatures of Italian citizens who supported the campaign and turned it into a bill on the social reuse of confiscated property. This is the quintessential example of citizen democracy. Citizens in Italy had their say on this, on the restitution principle. I remember this very clearly. After the Riunione del law of 1982, this law, 109 of 1996, became a further watershed in our history. Today in Italy, there are over 1,000 different social and cultural instances that turn what used to be places of crime into something else. They are turned into places that tell a completely different story, a different model of society, community, economy, and development. This is why it is important to know what's behind. They have become places, houses, lands, businesses that deliver message of a huge educational value. So, telling the story of property confiscated and returned to the community means having an alphabet of anti-mafia culture, the memory of innocent victims, social justice, cooperation, social economy, environmental action, new models of sustainable development, the experience of Libera that reunites different other associations, Nomi e Numeri contro le Mafia. Well, this Libera organization organizes summer camps for young people to spread awareness on mafia, because there's always a lesson to learn and to turn it for the better. So there are many young people from Italy, the best youth of this country that dedicates its summer holidays in the confiscated properties. They feel that they are part and parcel of history that they experience on their own skin. This means looking after common goods. And this is great cultural heritage, which other countries also look at with interest. As I said before, an extraordinary work has been done, and we should be proud of that, because in this everyone chipped in. And I mean the judiciary, law enforcement, police, associations, cooperatives, trade unions, church-related stakeholders. They have succeeded in transforming these assets from assets belonging to mafia power into community assets, schools, community centers, safe havens, and safe places, without forgetting the experience linked to workers. This is a choral work that reinforced the social fabric and reinforced social bonds. This is what we must do. Because we should never forget that these common goods come from the blood of those who perished for this. This is a signal that we must relaunch the social reuse of confiscated assets, not the opposite. This does not mean that we should not what I mean is that we should reinforce the social reuse of confiscated assets, because they bear a quintessential meaning. Against this backdrop, we must promote cooperation amongst third sector associations, institutions, and we must make sure that these assets are turned into an opportunity to seize and not a burden to share. We should never forget the tools and used to be given to these associations. We must start with the planning of restoration interventions. Let me remind you the use of social bonus. That is one of the instruments provided for by the new legislation, and this allows to have on board many investors. The third sector and associations must look at the territories and communities, and confiscated assets must be turned into places for knowledge. And we must keep a constant link with the reference associations. This can have enormous benefits on the community. We must tap into the real educational value of those assets, and thereby educating on active citizenship. Confiscated assets represents the evident trace of criminal mafia presence on the territory. Mafias have done business and accumulated wealth and capital. These assets are therefore indisputable proof of a mafia presence, but they can and must become a sign of the state's ability to strike at mafia organizations and of local communities' ability to reach to the power. Whenever there is a confiscated property brought to social reuse, then the mafias have lost. We must also design cultural actions that are able to restore the generative impact of reuse. Subsidiary welfare services that can fight against mafias through a cultural movement. We cannot forget that the Court of Auditors in a recent decision has underlined that the restitution to civil society of assets taken away from crime is indeed part and parcel of the anti-mafia activity, and insisted on the need to enhance and strengthen a systemic vision on activities defined as essential for an effective fight against mafias. So we must reinforce all assets prevention measures, seizure and confiscation, because this is the quintessential form of combating this scourge. Directive 2024-12-60 of the European Parliament on assets recovery and confiscation should also be interpreted in this respect, because it underlines the need to strengthen the social reuse of confiscated assets. From the very early stages of planning, right after the seizure. I would like to conclude by quoting the words of Judge Falcone. We were not in agreement on this, Mr. Chairman. It is only by accident that we quote the same person. The fight against the mafia is a battle of lawfulness and civilizations. Laws are not enough. If we have not first written them into our conscience. So thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful continuation.
Thank you. I would like to thank Senator Rando for her valuable contribution. And now I have the pleasure of introducing Prefect Renato Cortese, Director of the Directorate for Road and Railway Police and Special Police Units at the Ministry of the Interior. Prefect Cortese has long experience in the fight against organized crime, first of all in his region, Calabria, and then in Sicily. He was one of the protagonists of the operation that in 2006 led to capture of Provenzano, who for 43 years was latitant. Let's start from there, from Palermo, where he got when he was 28 years old. In Capaci, Judge Falcone and his wife lost their lives. And then Via D'Amelio, where Judge Borsellino and his escort were killed. And the prefect of Cortese started right there on the police cars patrolling the streets of Palermo. Then he became questor of Palermo. At that time, Palermo was a scared and terrified town because of mafia bosses who were still instilling fear everywhere. And Prefect Cortese, with his team, managed to arrest Giovanni Busca, the executor of the Capaci massacre, and he was sentenced for 100 different crimes. After 25 years in prison, he is now free. I would also like to remind you that Prefect Cortese is an honorary citizen of Palermo as a sign of appreciation for his contribution to the city, and is also honorary president of the International Legality Parliament. Prefect, you have the floor.
Grazie, saluto.
Thank you. I would like to greet all participants, all speakers. I would like to thank Chairman Zoffili for inviting me to this very interesting conference. And I was asked to talk to you about my experience combating against the mafia. As Chairman Zoffili has already said, I worked in Sicily, in Calabria, and so I had the opportunity of working vis-a-vis the Italian mafia. And considered from abroad, it might seem impossible and hard to understand. After all these years, how can the mafia still be present on the Italian territory, despite Italy having adopted specific laws and a very strong advanced legislation against mafia, despite the police having reached outstanding goals? The Sicilian mafia is 160 years old. This is a lot. So let us try and go back to Sicily at that time, at the end of the 80s, at the beginning of the 90s. Italy was in the hands of Cosa Nostra. Just try and picture it. Sicily is a big region. However, it's still a small part of territory where just one crime organization, Cosa Nostra, killed presidents of the region, parliamentarians, magistrates, police agents, priests, trade unionists, lawyers, journalists.
Just try and imagine what that must have been like. Then in May 1992, 150 meters of the highway near Palermo, 300 kilograms of explosives. This all part of the highway exploded, was blown up, and so many people lost their lives. And in July, at the very heart of Palermo, Via D'Amelio, an entire street was blown up, and Judge Borsellino was killed together with 5 young people from the state police. But this is not everything. The following year, in 1993, Cosa Nostra went beyond the Sicilian borders and started instilling fear in the rest of Italy by attacking the Italian cultural and artistic heritage with a bomb in Milan, a bomb in Rome, a bomb in Florence, where some civilians lost their lives as well. In those years, January 1994, Cosa Nostra was ready to carry out the biggest attack ever. And luckily, the explosive did not work. If not, 100 members of the Carabinieri Corps would have died at the Olympic Stadium in Rome. But luckily, the system did not work. Otherwise, 100 Carabinieri would have died. At that time, there was also a blackout in Palazzo Chigi, the headquarters of the Italian government, and some were also fearing a coup. This is the time I'm talking about. I'm trying to take you there. Italy was really in the hands of the Sicilian mafia. And just think of Palermo. I see some MPs from Palermo here in the room, so I know they are perfectly aware of what I'm talking about. Can you just imagine what the atmosphere must have been like in Palermo at that time? There was no street, no corner that was not patrolled by the military, and there were signs of homicide, of explosions everywhere. And yes, the trials were going on. The bosses of Cosa Nostra, of course, were not there. They had escaped. They were fugitives, and they were still in fear. So I was a young public official at the time, and I was trying to do my part together with my colleagues. We were trying to provide answers to scared citizens who were asking for our help. They wanted the state to give them a hand. They saw that their whole region, their whole city was terrified. And a few years later, I became part of the mobile unit that was tasked with arresting fugitives. And my predecessor was killed by mafia a few years before, Beppe Montana. My colleagues were some senior officials, and they had worked together with the other officials who had been killed by the very same mafia in that very same building, those very same rooms. So all investigations were really pushing us to react. One of the first activities we worked on and we gave our everything to was an operation to arrest the person who had pushed the button to blow up the highway in Capaci, killing Judge Falcone and his family. We really did our best, and it would be too long to tell you everything I was asked to talk to you about the outcome of these operations. But it was really inspiring because we were able to locate the cell phone of Giovanni Brusca, the person who had pushed the button on the 23rd of May 1992. We knew he was in Agrigento, in Sicily, but in May 1996, he was using one of the first GSMs. I think most people here are my age, so you might remember these old cell phones. 336, 337, 330 were at the beginning of those phone numbers. And he was using the very first GSM, the 335. Giovanni Brusca, in 1996, was using this type of cell phone, and it had a specific feature. It could not be located by police forces. We have some advisors who are brilliant, and they were telling me, we can locate GSMs as well. We just need to get a specific set of data. We asked everyone in Italy, but no one was giving us the information we needed. In the course of those years, we could do whatever we wanted at that time. Italy was such in serious conditions that we were able to do everything. We were able to get a German engineer to come to Palermo, the engineer who had invented GSM. I met him in my meeting room, and he asked me in German, "What do you want from me?" And I told him, well, we know that there must be a number in your data sets that might allow us to locate a very important cell phones. He met us again 24 hours later, and the next day, the engineer was able to find the specific number that we needed. And that was our time advance. The distance between the two instruments. And with this number, during the night, one of my colleagues was able to trace a square kilometer. He told me the target is inside this square kilometer. So we went there, we found a child that looked like Brusca's son, we found a villa, but we could not make a mistake. We had to match the voice with the specific villa. He could be staying at another villa and using a cell phone. So this also became a part of our history, so to say. In order to match the wiretap with the specific villa, we invented a background noise that at that time was a motorbike. The motorbikes we used at the time, they were very loud. So when Brusca's telephone started, we would ask the motorbike to drive on the street outside the villa, and if we were to hear the noise of the motorbike, we would know that our target was there. So that's what we did. We arrested him. His brother was also there. We didn't know. And just imagine, that night he was watching television, he was watching Rai, because the movie on Giovanni Falcone was being broadcast. So he was basically watching himself as a protagonist, as the attacker of Giovanni Falcone. This investigation became publicly known because the attacker of Capaci was finally arrested, and it was a great victory for us. 3 officials from our office had been killed in that massacre, and this was the first answer we were giving to the citizens of Palermo. And it was the beginning, because the idea of the motorbike was also depicted in books and movies. But I like to tell this story in police schools as well, because, you know, investigation is a form of art. You need passion, but you also need creativity. Otherwise, you won't be able to make steps forward. And I would like to tell you another detail from a technological point of view. A few years later, I was already working in Reggio Calabria. I was working on 'ndrangheta, and I was convened by a director of Telecom. So 10 years later, more than 10 years later, actually, he came to my office. I introduced myself, and he told me, well, you are famous in our company. And I said, why am I famous? Well, because in 1996, you drove us crazy. You were asking us for things we could not find. And thanks to you, we are now able to locate all cell phones in Italy. So I like to tell this story in schools, because the fight against organized crime is sort of a chess game. There are always obstacles to be overcome. And I like to tell the story of arresting Brusca, because it's very important from a military point of view. That night, when we went back to Palermo with Giovanni Brusca, there were a lot of policemen waiting for us. But the citizens of Palermo were not there. They were still indifferent. They were still scared. There were still a lot of fugitives at large. And there was also an alibi, the so-called iddu, as they say in Sicilian dialect. Bernardo Provenzali, the boss of bosses, was still at large. In those years, we arrested the killer of Padre Puglisi. We arrested the attackers of Via Puglisi. We arrested those who killed other policemen. We arrested all fugitives, but there was still one missing, the boss of bosses. And he was impossible to catch. He had been at large since 1963, for more than 40 years. And I like to make a joke here. I always say that in 1963, Provenzano probably said, the person who will catch me still needs to be born. Well, I was born in 64, a year later. It's just a joke. But to give you an idea that in those years, we just had a picture from 1963, and cell phones were not being used, of course. But just little messages were being used. They were closed in a little piece of paper, and they were spread around Sicily. This is how they communicated. So he was impossible to catch. And this is why Sicilians were saying that it was impossible to defeat the mafia. And I'll go to the conclusions now. In April 2006, we were finally able to catch Bernardo Provenzano. Something unthinkable happened. Hundreds and hundreds of citizens from Palermo, and maybe the ones who are here today will remember it, they left their homes and they came to our offices to applaud the police forces. For the very first time, Sicilian people applauded the arrest of a great fugitive. And from there, Cosa Nostra started declining. With that arrest, we ended mafia, the Corleonese type of mafia. But our initial question, why is mafia still not defeated? To answer, I would like to say that the mafia is not just a small gang, a small gang of hooligans. Otherwise, Italy would have defeated it already. 'Ndrangheta is still very invasive on the territory. Italian mafias, unfortunately, are based on public consensus. So in many different sectors, public administration, politics, they still have consensus there. And these sort of relations still enable mafia organizations to carry out their activities and protect their interests. It would be wrong to think of the mafia
as a group of hooligans. Mafiosi do wear suits and ties. And sorry for taking so long, and thank you so much for your attention. And our applause is echoing the applause of those citizens from Palermo who waited for you after the arrest. Thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you for your important work, Prefect Cortese. And I would like also really to thank all our law enforcement agencies. Now I will give the floor to Prefect Lagana. When we prepared the first draft of the supplementary item on confiscated assets, we met here in San Macuto in the Chamber of Deputies, and she gave a valuable contribution to the draft. She revised the draft, and so the outcome is certainly useful for our parliamentary assembly. I am very grateful to Prefect Lagana for accepting our invitation because of the very important role you have. She is the director of the National Agency for the Administration and Destination of Assets Seized and Confiscated from Organized Crime. Prefect Lagana started her career in 1988 as a vice chancellor at the prefecture in Verona. She also then worked in Calabria as a special representative for the emergency. She worked in different prefectures in Pordenone as well, in Messina. And being from Lombardy myself, I remember you serving as prefect of Brescia. So her career is really outstanding, and she spent a long time at the National Agency for Confiscated Assets, and then she became the director. This shows her involvement on these issues, and I will now leave her the floor.
Salute.
I would like to greet all participants, in particular President Kauma. I would like to thank President Zoffili for inviting me to address this audience on the strategies to fight against organized crime at the international level. Of course, we must not underlook the legislation on the issue.
Dottor Cortese,
I hope I will live up to your expectations. And let me start by mentioning the Italian law on the fight against mafia. This has been leading by example at the international level. In some Italian regions, mafias have also been distorting the market. The fight against organized crime involves law enforcement and judges for what concerns the confiscation of assets that are then returned to the community. This has turned into a powerful instrument, especially for some groups of criminals. Therefore, the reuse of confiscated assets represents the reaffirmation of lawfulness and security, but also the realization of an underlying message. Those who respect the rules win over those who have been accumulating wealth to the detriment of the communities. The confiscated assets are therefore a powerful resource
and they are used also, amongst other things, to support social inclusion programs. As a consequence, I have two remarks to make. Number one, the role of the agency that I had, because this is tasked with the management and destination of confiscated assets. And this is done in cooperation with all institutions and civil society stakeholders. But then there's also another phase, the management of these assets. This reaffirms lawfulness because the restitution of these assets is carried out quickly. This goal requires a paramount effort because we shouldn't forget that our legislation provides for the involvement of institutions and civil society members, but it also provides for complex procedures. The agency operates through four axes. Number one, it must acquire data, documents, and information to be able to have a precise idea of the property to be managed. And this is done in cooperation with the Ministry of Justice and other institutional stakeholders that have a say in the management of these assets. This allows the agency to have information on the whole life cycle of an asset, from the confiscation to the destination and use. And this, in this, there's still a lot that needs to be done, and then I'll dwell upon this later. We also support the judicial authority. As I said, my agency is in charge of managing the confiscated assets, but the law also provides for a cooperation with the judicial authority right after seizure. And this is a goal that is also stated in the 1260 directive of the European Union. After they are confiscated, they have to be easily managed and reallocated. So together we carry out an assessment and decide on the best course for those assets. Of course, the goal is to make the most out of these assets. Of course, there are some modifications that were introduced to the Mafia Code, whereas assets can be temporarily allocated, and this also reduces management costs. With the second degree confiscation, the agency is on full whack, and it carries out measures to use these assets and to increase their profitability. This phase is the beating heart of the agency. And as the recent directive 1216 hopes for and identifies as a goal for the EU countries, there is a preference for the reuse of assets for social and institutional purposes, as provided for by the 109 law. I would like to underline that there is room for improvement, of course, but then the destination processes have been implemented on a steady basis, and so we have reached the goals that we set for the agency. Out of 20,000 assets since the establishment of the agency, 68% of assets were entrusted to territorial entities, and they were used for social purposes. Also, the social reuse of confiscated assets was given new impetus by the 2017 legislative novelty, and the agency is now entrusted to the direct management of these assets, so no longer and exclusively through other entities. There is an ad hoc convention the agency taps into to manage those assets. The destination of assets rests upon transparency, publicity, and equal treatment. In case of a social reuse of these properties, well, the agency can directly allocate these assets to the third sector. This has played a crucial role and central role played by entities and organizations, and this has speeded up the attainment of the result. We have published a number of invitations to make proposals, public contracts, and we've assigned almost 200 assets and signed 40 implementing conventions. There are procedural complexities, but then there was a final outcome we are particularly proud of. And now we have come up with a single platform of destinations. These goods are now entrusted to stakeholders, and they can be allocated through this platform that is a sort of open tender. And here there are almost 900 stakeholders, not-for-profit entities, government agencies, and so on and so forth. So they receive an alert every time an asset was cleared for it to be used. And then it is the steering council within the agency that has the final say on the actual use of that specific asset. So as I said, it is a sort of open tender. We are convinced that this will allow to shorten time frames and enlarge the plethora of beneficiaries and projects. So as I said, there are over 20,000 assets that were allocated, but we are still managing over 18,000. Our problem is not to come up to deal with the supply, but rather with the demand of assets. There are a lot of problems that now have to be tackled. And we also have lengthy procedures to come to terms with. These flaws have a number of causes, underlying causes, and when trying to solve them. But we also need diversified actions. There's one common denominator, the involvement of institutional and non-institutional actors. Of course, we also rely on the auditing of the Court of Auditors, and therefore we are under the scrutiny of so many subjects, and this of course has an impact on the effectiveness of our actions. This is why we have been trying to promote cooperations with the other stakeholders, the goal is to better find a solution to flaws. What are these flaws? Then we mentioned the fact-finding tasks of the agency. As of today, we have not a clear idea of the properties, and we have not yet managed to improve information exchange between judicial authorities and our agency, and therefore data are entered manually. This requires time. There can be mistakes, and we realize that there are mistakes after a long time, and this jeopardizes our effectiveness. And then there were debts that were taken in good faith, and we should strive to repay these debtors, creditors. We must be able to tackle all the building sector related hurdles, and we should be able to differentiate what are the assets can be used and not. We also have to deal with the evacuation of buildings from squatters. Sometimes this is easy. Some other times the squatters are fragile, and in order to avoid a vicious circle, we have to find leeway for these people to be evacuated safely. In some other cases, assets are misused. For example, there are public administrations do not realize that that specific asset is misused, and we must kind of rectify these flaws. Mention was made of the security decree, and this decree provides for some elements to fight against abuses connected to the use of these assets. In some cases, these hurdles represent a hindrance to the activities of the agency itself. One more flaw that needs to be addressed, even when the territorial entity asks for an asset to be allocated to itself, there are third sector stakeholders that struggle to come up with a concrete project. The confiscated property include an immovable property, land. Well, this is not distributed or allocated on a balanced way. We have small towns with not much resources that have a huge number of assets, and as I said, sometimes these assets must be renovated. Over the years, cooperation with the local entities have improved, and most importantly, on our website, there's a dedicated section to disseminate information to support potential beneficiaries for the reuse of assets. And we've also launched a dialogue with the many regions which have chipped in, and they have allocated important resources to allow municipalities to reorient assets, to make sure they're not left abandoned. And I would like to backtrack to what MP Rando said. The social reuse is, of course, our northern light, but then efforts were made to also provide for the possibility to sell property, confiscated property, provided that the profits of the sale of the rent is in fact used for social purposes. There are many challenges that must be overcome, especially when it comes to the destination of companies. Part of this property is paper businesses, companies, or other companies that are fictitious letterbox companies that are indeed used to launder money. But then after the legality shock, we must strive and liaise with the cooperation sector stakeholders to make sure that these businesses can be turned into cooperatives. As a last resort, they can be sold. In the past, the agency insisted on saying that the confiscated business must not be shut down, otherwise the perceptions would be reinforced, whereby the mafia members would provide employment, whereas the law enforcement does the opposite. Hence the new guidelines. The sound companies must be bailed out, saved. They must be cleaned up, and we can therefore bring about a renaissance for these companies. Over the last 15 years, the agency has confirmed that the full realization of our mission has to go hand in hand with an in-depth knowledge of sectors where assets are used, also via cooperation with institutional stakeholders. Let me conclude by quoting a number of initiatives we have been promoting with the goal of tapping into those assets that have been proposed so many times but have not been allocated yet because they did not prove attractive. And this is why we have signed up agreements, protocols. And in this, I recall what Libera does. Libera cooperates with our agency on a steady basis. These assets are being used in scarcely populated areas to provide a livelihood for younger generations, and we've undersigned a protocol with the Ministry of Made in Italy to make sure that territorial entities can chip in. And there are also resources, financial resources that were earmarked in the budget documents of last year that have been carried over. The goal is to use or tap into fast-track options, procedures that can allow to overcome some flaws and criticalities and challenges. This is true both for immovable and immovable properties. This can this will allow us to make sure that confiscated property can be used for a fresh start of the said companies, especially when new authorizations are needed. So in a nutshell, we will try and follow this approach, but we pledge to reduce timelines, lengthy timelines, for the restitution of assets to the community. This means realizing the true mission of the legislation. This will have an impact on the soundness and credibility of the system as a whole. I hope we can reach this goal. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you, Prefect Lagana. This is one of those Italian good practices. We are very proud of this, and we will keep talking about it on the next debate. We will now hear Brigadier General Montanaro. And this is definitely a key issue, also for all countries represented here in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. So once again, thank you, Prefect Lagana. The last speaker of this panel is General Antonio Montanaro, representing the Carabinieri Corps. And I would also like to greet the commander of the Carabinieri Corps here at the Chamber of Deputies. He is present here. I asked the Carabinieri Corps to participate in our conference today, especially during this panel that I'm honored to moderate, since I am part of the Defense Committee here at the Chamber of Deputies. And I would like to reiterate that we are celebrating all throughout Italy and all throughout the OSCE region the 211th anniversary of the founding of the Carabinieri Corps. So we would really like to applaud to the Carabinieri Corps, especially to General Luongo. General Montanaro now heads the Office on Organized Crime, Subversion and Terrorism at the General Command of the Carabinieri Corps, and he has achieved major investigative success in anti-drug operations, asset seizure and environmental protection. One of the most important operations against organized crime, we have Crisalide 3, Ortus near Catanzaro, and then Operation Oro Verde in 2020 with the seizure of 10,000 marijuana plants and the arrest of 8 people. And then another big operation in 2021 where more than 7 million euros were confiscated, as well as other anti-drug operations. He then coordinated the arrest of 2 fugitives who were part of 'Ndrangheta, and they were sentenced for mafia activities. In September 2022, he left the Catanzaro Command to take on the role of the head of Office of Organized Crime, Subversion and Terrorism at the General Command of the Carabinieri Corps here in Rome. His report will give us a comprehensive 360-degree overview of law enforcement efforts. And thank you, General. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank and welcome all authorities, all speakers who are here today. And I would also like to convey the greetings of Army Corps General Salvatore Luongo, who could not be here today because of institutional commitments for the anniversary of the Carabinieri Corps. The invitation of MP Zoffili to be present here today testifies to the involvement of the Carabinieri Corps in the fight against organized crime and the reuse of confiscated assets. The fight against the mafia interests the Carabinieri Corps from an judicial point of view, as well as from an administrative point of view. The analysis of results offers interesting insights. First of all, one trend is very clear. organizations tend to take on a business-like aspect. And in this way, intimidation becomes extremely precise only when it is extremely necessary, whereas other tools are preferred, such as agreements with enablers, businessmen, entrepreneurs, and public officials. So the logic of profit characterizes and marks mafia activities. More structured gangs operate like actual companies and businesses, and they are supported by professionals with a specific know-how. And recent investigations have brought to light some unusual cooperations between mafia representatives, members of traditional Italian mafias, that have now a proper business committee with representatives of Cosa Nostra, 'Ndrangheta, Camorra, and they carry out money laundering activities thanks to fictitious companies with the only goal of maximizing profits and avoiding conflicts. I will now look at the different criminal organizations that are operating in Italy. Cosa Nostra, despite persecution of the last 30 years, keeps trying to restructure its organization. My colleague Cortese has also spoken of the great results achieved in arresting fugitives, and recently 180 people were arrested on February 11th thanks to the teams in Palermo and thanks to the Ross team. This operation showed that Cosa Nostra is now striking a new balance between modern elements such as cryptocurrencies, and on the other hand, they still use traditional communication methods. 'Ndrangheta has now become a criminal holding thanks to its economic power, and it's still the most pervasive Italian mafia. They have a global goal and global aspirations. I would like to remind you of Operation Eureka in May 2023, carried out by Ross and Command of Reggio Calabria, in cooperation with Europol and Belgian and German police. And it led to the arrest of 108 people in Italy, Portugal, Belgium, Germany, the Netherlands. It was a very large investigation which brought to light a network in South America and Australia as well. And then another operation on the 21st of May, 97 people were arrested and they were accused of belonging to 'Ndrangheta. Moving on to Camorra and to organized crime from Apulia. This type of criminal organization still has a complex structure. Camorra is marked by the existence of criminal cartels that are based on familiar or business alliances, and there are also some international brokers, so to say. The main issues related to Camorra have to do with hostility between different gangs and the ability to forge new alliances with foreign groups. Aside from these domestic organizations, there are also in Italy some foreign groups, foreign criminal groups that are operating in drug trafficking, in human trafficking and money laundering. Aside from data and operations, I would also like to point out some other sectors related to the mafia that are really attractive for mafia organizations. For example, the agricultural sector, especially when it comes to gaining public contributions. The fight against the so-called agro-mafia is carried out by the Carabinieri Corps with more than 100 unities. Another sector where mafias are involved is the so-called environmental mafia. The Carabinieri Corps is a unique example at international level with the Command on Forestry, Environment and Agriculture with 7,000 units, and it's well renowned. Then we have a highly specialized structure, the Carabinieri Command for Environmental Protection and Energy Security, which carries out judicial functions with the aim of preventing and persecuting crimes affecting the environmental heritage, with a specific focus on illicit trafficking of special waste. In this case, once again, international projection is becoming more and more relevant. The Carabinieri Corps is also part of a network of experts which reports to UNESCO, the so-called Green Helmets for Environment, to safeguard natural sites that are recognized as World Heritage. Organized crime in Italy is also increasingly interested in another sector. I'm talking about irregular and illegal migration. We've seen it with the action of the Carabinieri Command for the Protection of Employment. Once again, we have a wide range of professionals with a specific know-how. They set up some fictitious work offers. This was carried out by the criminal organizations. And once again, I would like to remind you of the operation carried out on the 3rd of February, which led to the capture of 36 people who were favoring illegal immigration and were involved in corruption and money laundering. We said it earlier on, and I'll say it once again, criminal organizations are using new technologies, artificial intelligence, cryptocurrencies, as well as cryptophonia platforms, a sort of evolution of traditional paper notes that were used by the mafias. This has been so for the last few years. The mafias are using crypto communications to avoid wiretapping by police forces. This is all very complex for both investigators and for the judiciary. In this complex framework, we are all firmly convinced that international cooperation is key, both at the police level and at the judiciary level, especially through Europol and Eurojust, with the aim of countering this criminal model that has a global goal. I've talked of the fight against organized crime that is carried out on a double front, on the investigative side, but also with an administrative approach, and an approach that's meant for prevention. A lot is being done at provincial level, thanks to the prefects, with anti-mafia units in different municipalities. Police forces are currently focusing on investments with the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. We've also talked of the importance of asset-related investigations. This aspect calls us to reflect together on the confiscation of assets and their reuse. Efficiently reusing confiscated assets is an actual test of the state's credibility. Prefect Lagana has said it already. There is still room for improvement. However, a lot has been done already. I would now like to talk about a specific experience, a joint study that was carried out by the IT unit of the Bank of Italy and by Ross. They carried out a joint analysis of a sample of 237 businesses that emerged in anti-mafia investigations over the last few years. And they had been infiltrated by organized crime. Based on evidence gathered by the Carabinieri Corps, 4 main infiltration types were identified, and they differed based on their aim and modalities. One first type is the following. Companies are used as a channel to invest illegal money through legal activities. After the initial investment, the business then can compete on the market legally. Then a second type, companies are used to gain control on the market and to compromise competitors. Then a third type, so-called empty boxes. So businesses that are just meant to cover up other operations. And then finally, the fourth category, businesses that start as healthy ones and then they are infiltrated by mafia progressively. Then the study went on to look into the first 2 types of infiltrations. And the results showed that infiltrated businesses have higher profits but lower profitability. They might pay more for their suppliers, for example. Another channel that is used to increase profitability is hiding illegal profits in the company's turnover. As is well known, police forces are also assigned vehicles and real estate for institutional purposes. As for the Carabinieri Corps, different assets are verified and authorized at different levels. For example, aircraft or ships can only be managed by the General Command, whereas motorbikes or cars can also be requested to the different units. These criteria are meant to serve environmental institutional purposes. these means of transport should be compliant with specific criteria. As for real estate or immovable property, the definite decision is in the hands of relevant bodies at central level, and the General Command only assesses the compliance with different criteria. These buildings, these assets, can be used to host the corps personnel, or they can be used as headquarters for different commands. Assessments are carried out on medium and long term, taking into account some necessary interventions and other aspects. If these buildings are to be used as accommodation for the personnel, then other checks are carried out, and they need to be compliant with still other criteria. For example, they should not be located in a very isolated social context. The same elements are then assessed if the building should become the headquarters of some police units. I would like to point out to Palermo. The villa that once was home to Totorina is now a barracks of the Carabinieri, and I would like to conclude by thanking the organizers once again for inviting the Carabinieri Corps to talk about their operations and to talk about their service to the citizenship. Thank you once again, and I wish you a fruitful continuation.
Grazie Generale. Thank you, Mr. General, and I wish you all the best for your celebrations when you're back this evening to your hotel. And tomorrow, I urge you to switch on your TVs and watch Italian news bulletins, because over the next few days we're gonna see some wonderful pictures of your celebrations tonight here in downtown Rome. Mr. Colonel Carrozza, Mr. General Montanaro, we wish all the best to you and the Carabinieri Corps. Now, we shall have 20 minutes, a 20-minute long debate. At 4 o'clock, we will close our session. First, we have 8 questions. First, our colleague Gianluca Cantalamessa from the Italian delegation, who's part of our Committee on Counterterrorism. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say good afternoon to my colleagues and to President Kauma. I also express my congratulations on this anniversary for the Carabinieri Corps. I would like to speak in my capacity as a member of the Italian delegation and a member of the CCT. In Palermo, in Sicily, a prosecutor said to me, 5% of mafia turnover comes from illicit activities that civil society doesn't want. For example, racketeering and extortions. 25% of this activity are illicit activities that civil society buys. For example, drugs, gambling and prostitution. 70%, about 70%, is legal economy. So, the hardship for investigators was the fact that turnover also relies on some sort of connivance by some people within civil society. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to flourish like this. And here comes the importance of the agency, which is extremely important here in Italy. 5 years ago, we had hearings, actually we met some FBI members in the United States and spoke about this agency and praised it. Mrs. Lagana said that we are talking about 40,000 assets that are relocated. We, as a commission last year, or actually during last parliament, we worked with Mr. Valentini when it comes to local entities, because oftentimes they lack the know-how and the necessary tools to recycle, so to say, those assets. And when they are not recycled, it means that the state loses. We issued some guidelines which were very successful. Local entities can read them. I agree that we need to do more when it comes to encroachments. We cannot block the reutilization of these assets because of these encroachments. Investigators and politicians must be optimistic, otherwise they couldn't be doing their respective jobs. Once I was told by a young person in Naples is that we cannot surrender. This is something we cannot afford. So countries will always, states will always be stronger than those who fight states. Thank you very much. Now I have a question from John Lart, the leader from the Irish delegation. I would like to thank you and the Irish delegation for your excellent hospitality to all of us when you organised the Autumn Assembly in Dublin. Please.
Thank you, Chairman, for your generous comments, and thank you to all the speakers. The two sessions were particularly interesting. I just want to make a few comments in relation to, in Ireland we have the Criminal Assets Bureau, which is a law enforcement agency, and it was established with powers to focus on the illegally acquired assets of criminals, which has been the topic of this second session, and criminals involved in serious. The aims of the Criminal Asset Bureau are to identify and take appropriate action to deny those criminals these assets, which has been described by the previous speakers. And the application is particularly taken through the application of an act or a law called the Proceeds of Crime Act. It was, the Criminal Assets Bureau in Ireland was established in 1996, and it has a multi-agency approach. It draws together not just law enforcement, in other words, not just the police, but tax officials, social welfare officers, legal officers, forensic analysts, financial analysts, and it's a multi-agency approach. In addition, one of the things, and it's a question I have because the first speaker in session one talked about the engagement of children, and in recently we introduced in Ireland the Criminal Justice Engagement of Children in Criminal Activity Act, and that's going to make it an offence for an adult to compel or coerce or direct or deceive a child for the purpose of engaging in criminal activity. It will make it an offence for an adult to induce or to invite or to aid or to abet or to counsel or to procure a child to engage in criminal activity. And it will also limit the liability to adults to avoid further criminalising children, some of whom could influence other children to commit a crime. One of my questions, we also have juvenile diversion programmes. While children were mentioned in session one just in passing, is there any more details available in relation to the use of young children and teenagers by criminal gangs to further their criminal aims? Thanks once again, Chairman. Have been two really fantastic sessions. Thank you.
Grazie molte a John.
Thank you very much, John. Now, Oscar Mina, head of the delegation from San Marino. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you for your invitation to this important conference on this significant topic. It doesn't have to do with big countries, but also with small countries like my own. My republic, the Republic of San Marino, shows or provides a small example where mafia criminal acts caused many hardships over the last few years. Institutions responded in 2011. We set up a special advisory committee or parliamentary committee to deal with organized crime infiltrations. It was endowed with specific competencies to evaluate some or the involvement of these organizations in our country. We saw the risk that our communities could be infiltrated by mafia. Mafia has entrenched itself not only in Italy but in our country as well. This was very shocking to us. In our social and economic fabric, we saw these organizations, so we had to unleash a series of prevention activities with engagement of all public entities, our tribunals, our courts, our gendarmerie, our guards, civil police, different agencies, our central bank, in cooperation with other entities, even outside, even out of our borders. Great amount of money have been confiscated. Of course, we are talking about a very small country, and we are saying, and we can say that mafia infiltration has been dealt with in a very determined way. We pay a great deal of attention to these phenomena because they can have a huge impact on a small country like ours. The establishment of, we pay a great deal of attention also to the assets or confiscated assets, and we evaluate its reutilization for social purposes. There are still some jurisdictional problems that we have to settle in order to understand exactly how many assets we can reutilize. It was just it wasn't a question, actually. It was just an idea that I wanted to share with you. Now, Turkey, with the chairman of our committee on counterterrorism of OSCE EPA, and I seize the opportunity to greet all the
that we have benefited a lot. Therefore, I would like to convey my deepest gratitude to all contributors. And by saying this, I would like to thank Zoffili as well. Dear moderator and excellencies, I would like to begin by thanking our Italian hosts and special representative, Mr. Zoffili, for convening this important session on a matter of shared concern, which is the persistent threat of organized crime and the strategic values of confiscated assets in restoring social justice. Organized crime today transcends borders and functions through highly adaptable transnational networks. In many cases, These criminal groups have forged links with terrorist organizations, enabling illicit financing, arms smuggling, and even human trafficking. This dangerous nexus demands a comprehensive, coordinated, and preventive response across the OSCE region. From Turkey's perspective, the fight against organized crime is inseparable from our broader efforts to uphold internal security, prevent terrorism, and protect democratic institutions. Turkish law enforcement agencies actively dismantle criminal networks through strong intelligence work, judicial cooperation, and effective asset seizure regimes. We place special emphasis on cutting off financial lifelines that sustain both organized crime and extremist activities. Equally important is what happens after confiscation. Turkey supports the principle of repurposing criminal assets for public good. In July 2021, Turkey promulgated a strategic document in increasing effectiveness in money laundering and the financing of terrorism issues and confiscation practices for the period 2021 and 2025. The strategy document has been drawn up for effective management of judicial and administrative processes regarding money laundering and terrorist financing offenses, increasing the success in obtaining and using financial intelligence, and thus for coordinated implementation of measures for depriving criminals of criminal proceeds. Dear colleagues, we commend the role of national agencies, such as Italy's, in managing seized assets transparently and effectively. In that sense, I would like to thank you, yes, because you have been a very good example. The OSCE can serve as a key platform for exchanging good practices, supporting legal harmonization, and encouraging cooperation among asset recovery offices and anti-organized crime units. Finally, I would like to stress that confronting organized crime requires political will, institutional resilience, and public trust, of course. We must ensure that the victims of such crimes, often the most vulnerable in society, see that justice is not only done, but visibly transformative. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie, grazie anche per...
Thank you for your valuable contribution. I will now leave the floor to Margaret Murphy from the Irish delegation. Margaret Murphy Mahoney, you have the floor.
I'd just like to start by thanking all involved in organising today. It has been very interesting and well worth the trip from Ireland. I'd also like to say that in Ireland we're very lucky. We have an excellent Minister for Justice. Minister Jim O'Callaghan is very visible, active and proactive. So I'd just like to put that on the record here today. I'd also like to mention the domino devastating effect that organised crime has on people, the general public. These groups often use violence, intimidation and corruption to maintain their operations and protect their interests and leave devastating effects behind them. The Irish government is committed to stepping up our fight against the criminal networks who take advantage of human vulnerability in pursuit of profit and strengthening our partnerships with international partners who share this objective. These networks generate billions in illicit profits annually, financing further criminal activities. So again, a big domino effect. A robust follow the money approach is not just a strategic option, but also an imperative one. An Garda Síochána, Ireland's national police force, is wholly committed to tackling organised criminal groups responsible for serious crime through a comprehensive approach, which includes disrupting and investigating the financial flows derived from people smuggling, targeting the laundering of illicit funds stolen from vulnerable migrants, confiscating criminal assets to compensate society for its losses, and strengthening cooperation with domestic and international partners including Europol, Interpol and UK Home Office to enhance intelligence sharing. To effectively dismantle these networks, we must enhance financial transparency and strengthen investigative capabilities. Ireland is taking decisive steps in this regard, very decisive steps. The Department of Justice, along with An Garda Síochána and the Criminal Assets Bureau, a significant tool in our arsenal to tackle OCGs, are advancing measures to track illicit financial flows. So again, I'd just like to thank all involved in today. Gormagov.
Grazie, grazie. Thank you very much, Margaret. Zvomir Troskot.
And now Zvomir Troskot from Croatia. You have the floor. Thank you, President. I usually speak in English, but since we are in Italy, I'll speak Italian. I would like to thank you for organizing this conference. It's really impeccable. And especially I would like to thank you, my dear friend, Eugenio Zoffili, but the whole team. You were able to organize such an outstanding event, and it really does require a whole team to achieve such a good result. Thank you for all contributions from all speakers. You all brought excellent examples. We heard the stories of Totorina, of Salvatore Lopiccolo, Provenzano. We heard of Pizzini, of the little pieces of papers used by mafia to send messages. We learned a lot from the Italian experience. This is my question. In light of the Interpol investigations that identify organized networks trafficking waste by exploiting business structures, falsifying documents, and in the light of the recent joint operations between Italy, Croatia and other European countries on this misuse of waste, what are the current measures being adopted to regulate waste management, so that our territory in Croatia will not be used as a final destination for toxic waste in Europe? But it's not just about Croatia. Some of this waste was going to Italy. This was a joint operation between Italy and Croatia, and that's how we found out about this trend. And you, Dr. Montaro, you mentioned this type of trend within mafias. Thank you for your contribution. And now we'll leave the floor to Sean Crow from Ireland.
And again, thank you for your hospitality and the kindness you've shown to us as delegates. Just a couple of things about the discussions this afternoon. I think a lot of the speakers added to our own knowledge, but I was really struck by the quote that was given at the start of the thing about Judge Falcone. Laws written into our conscience. I think it's a really powerful message. And I suppose it's on that theme that I'd like to, my question. John Lahart spoke earlier on about the Irish experience and particularly around the criminal assets bureaus and how that was established. It was established back in 1996 after the death of a journalist who was investigating crime at that time. And that was a sea change in Ireland. There was a huge backlash against criminality and criminal gangs at that time, and that gang was destroyed. The Proceeds of Crime Act was then established, and after that, then there was a very cautious approach taken in relation to the moving forward. In that there was a worry that there'd be legal challenges and so on, and in some cases it can take up to 7 years for those assets to be reinvested or put back. So I'll give you an example. Say last year, the money that was was captured last year, about half of that was reinvested the following year. So I think, you know, the slowness of change, and you were talking about the educational nature of those assets being taken out of communities and so on. But some of the challenges that we face is that we tend to be always looking for Mr. Big, but the individuals that are impacting on many communities, particularly around criminality and drugs, is, you know, smaller elements, and we don't see that, you know, the money being taken off them as regular that we'd like to see. So I suppose my question is in relation to, like, there's a lot of countries represented here today, and I'd like to know, first of all, is there documentation that we can look at that where this, you know, their legislation works? You know, Prefect Lagona talked in terms of, you know, the challenges of selling on those assets and trying to get, you know, to reinvest them in communities. And I'm sure in the Irish situation, parts of it, you know, works for Ireland. There's probably in other countries there's parts of it that work. And I'm just wondering, is there a best practice? Have you come across a best practice that you would recommend to us as legislators? Because I'm conscious of this idea that I want to see the laws written into our conscience. I want to see the laws working. I want to see these so-called untouchables, their assets taken off them.
Thank you. Grazie. Grazie Sean Crowley dall'Irlanda.
Thank you, Sean Crowley. Now we'll leave the floor to Montenegro, to Rosima Pewic.
Actually, I have a question. A few years ago, Montenegro has threatened its legal framework through the law on confiscation of criminal assets. And a colleague from Montenegro in the previous panel spoke about challenges in the implementations. Actually, now we have, as a first step, a financial investigation. And if in that process we find any kind of proofs, then we are conducting a criminal investigation. And as you know, the main actors in this process are criminals, often hide their assets under the name of the other person. Did you had any kind of similar challenges, and how you overcome that challenges in your system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fatemir Medio, Albania.
Now Fatir Medio from Albania. Please be brief. For the first time in Albania, we've been dealing with mafia, and we've got to know about mafia with the film La Piovra. Now Albania is facing a similar situation to that of Italy. So I have two questions. Mr. Cortese, you talked of public support for law enforcement forces in the fight against the mafia. Do you have any idea how we can gain public support in Albania as well? Because it seems like people are a bit reluctant to,
you know, organized crime and mafia. Second question has to do also with, you know, Gianluca, che è parte della Commissione Antimafia.
Second question for Gianluca, the Anti-Mafia Committee. We might work on this sort of committee at a regional level with other countries that share same problems. Do you think this is feasible? Thank you. This is supposed to be the last question. So I'll now ask
the speakers to reply to the questions, and I'll answer the last one. The first question from Pejovic from Montenegro. Someone wishes to reply?
Posso rispondere io?
Sì.
Un po' su un po' tutte le...
I'll try and give a comprehensive answer to all the different questions. And I think questions are really interesting because they give us more information about the legal framework in your countries. As for people lending their names and using fake names to cover up assets, yes, this is something we are working on in Italy. It's a challenge we have to deal with very often. Our legal framework states that even in the case of the so-called prestanomi, people lending their name, even when that happens, and even when they are part of the criminal organization, these assets are still confiscated. So this is a key topic in order to target those who lend their name. And I will now move on to other questions because we've received a lot. I thought that, yeah, the issue of public support was very interesting. Yes, what matters is stimulating cultural associations so that the whole territory can be aware that the mafia destroys the economy, as we've said before. If people are aware, then they'll still be scared. Of course, they will. But in Italy, there is a good law supporting people who report mafia-like activities. And if these people testify in court, they are also protected and they can change their name. So the state is supporting people who are reporting, and these people can serve as a model for other people who are scared to denounce. A lot has been said, a lot of challenges have been mentioned, but I also thought that the issue raised by Turkey, I think, was really interesting. We were talking of organized crime. We are working on this in Italy as well when we have hearings with judges. The age of minors being involved in criminal activities is decreasing. So the average age is decreasing. And this is very worrying. So what are we doing about it? One key element is involving the whole family. And another step we're taking in the anti-mafia committee is the following. When we're talking of mafia, we talk of investigations, of the judiciary, but for some mafia organizations, minors, they can be children, they can be other minors, they are used because of their social value. So how can one protect these minors? We always say that they are the most invisible minors that there are. They are brought up with the mafia mentality, and for them, the path is already marked, and their life will be marked by mafia. This is something we're working on. We have to assist these minors. One of the strategies and one of the bills we are considering is ensuring that families are persecuted for their treatment of minors. Sometimes minors are asked to transport drugs, transport arms, and this is all within a judicial context. These minors, and I've heard some wiretaps where someone was telling a minor, kill mom because she wants to abandon me. So the father was training the child so that he could kill his mother. Thank God we had wiretapping, so that child was taken away from that family. So this is how important the fight against mafias is. It's a complex challenge. Minors are taken to safety. They are not given up for adoption because it's a provisional measure. They are given to different families temporarily, and then mothers, women that are inside organized crime, they are not happy women. They were forced to marry that specific husband. Some of them get married so that the clan can grow. These women started thinking, what do I want to do? Every morning, do I want to go to prison to visit my son or my husband, or do I want to make a different choice? And women are stepping away from mafia. So yes, prevention is key. These tools can be shared. And I'm sorry I spoke for too long. There's so much more I would like to say, but that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Unfortunately, we are quite late. I would like to know if there are any other interventions. Just to answer the question from honorable gentleman from Albania. Of course, I do not know what Albania is like. I only know the Italian experience. In Italy, we try to make people understand that the real activity in fighting mafia is not limited to what the judiciary or the police do, because mafia, as I said before, relies on social consensus. Mafia means complicity with lawyers, with notables, and so on and so forth. So I believe that the efforts we have to put in is to make people understand that mafia is not a kind of criminality. In other words, it doesn't hit only those who have money. Of course, they want a turnover, they want to take money, they want to win public contracts, but in general they are interested in everything. For example, in southern Italy, mafia is also embedded in the restructuring of single flats or single apartments. In other words, flat owners must sign a deal with the companies which are infiltrated by mafia. Otherwise, they will be punished by mafia themselves. In those small pieces of paper that I mentioned before, we can read not just about contracts and so on and so forth, but we also read about information about, or request for information about the fiancé of the boss's daughter. In other words, her father would like to know if whether that guy is reliable or not, whether he's worthy of being her fiancé. In other words, that guy will always be subjugated to mafia extortion. I mean, it's not mafia which needs those 500 euros, which is the result of extortion, but by or through that extortion, it subjugates that company, it subjugates that person who owns that shop, for instance. It subjugates them to mafia forever. So basically, mafia is not just a form of conflict between criminals and the state, criminals and those who have money. But mafia is also a way of eroding democracy, of eroding liberty. The person who killed a priest, Padre Pugliese, when he was arrested, he started collaborating with the Italian judiciary. That priest, while he was being killed, he smiled at his killer. He was killed in the 90s. The killer was shocked by his smile while he was being shot at. And now the killer said what we mostly fear, what we feared the most, about this priest was that he used to gather the youth and used to propose an alternative to those young people. Another person whom we arrested in southern Italy as well said to me, I was not born as a member of mafia, but when I was young, I was 15 years old, I used to walk with my little brother, a car. He was run over by a car. He was killed by a car. I took the number of his license plate and I went to the police at the time. And the policeman said, what do you want from us? You have the license plate. Go and deal with it on your own. So when the state is not trustworthy, is not reliable, he cannot be trusted by the citizens. But when we provide alternatives to the youth, when we provide services, when we guarantee that citizens' rights are protected, we earn their trust and we demonstrate that we are reliable and trustworthy. Thank you. That brings to a close this session. You are the demonstration that the Italian state is present and will keep fighting against organized crime. Now we will take a short break and then I leave the floor to my colleague Irene Karalambides, who will chair the next session about the fight against corruption. Thank you very much indeed.
Facciamo una foto insieme.
Grazie. Discorso. Mi chiamo Cecilia Polizio, sto dirigendo un progetto per conto del MAECI, Ministero degli Affari Esteri, in collaborazione con l'ente a Siracusa Institute for Rights and Criminal Justice, e ho ascoltato con moltissimo interesse. Grazie a lei. Grazie, arrivederci. Senatrice. Grazie per la presentazione.
your interventions about from 8 to 10 minutes. Will you manage to do that? 10 minutes is okay. Is it okay for everybody, the 10 minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Okay. So we give the chance to people who have questions and wake them up because we listen to so many things from 9 o'clock in the morning. I think they're no, I'm a journalist, I was doing TV.
No, vabbè, dai.
Scusa,
fai l'ufficio lì. Quando ti sto chiedendo? Fino a quando arrivi là.
No.
È vuoto proprio. Sono questi, non è che uno mi ricordo, no? Io non mi ricordo.
Non c'è qualcuno dal tuo ufficio che può venire di corsa della porta? Non ce la facciamo in mezz'ora? Vabbè, tanto...
Se invece se ci fosse qualcosa da far stampare qua...
Posso chiedere? C'hai la cosa? Tanto l'intervento lo fai in italiano, lo fai. Sì, sì, sì. Puoi andare a cabrare.
Sono dimenticato. Vabbè. Ok, vabbè.
Te lo porta lei, te lo porta?
Che numero sono? Terzo?
Non c'è mezz'ora. Se fanno 10 minuti.
10 minuti,
Aspetta che controllo.
My dear colleagues, please take your seats. We are going to start. I promise I will keep you awake. Okay, I know we had a long day. We listened to very, very interesting interventions. Indeed, excellent speakers, experts on the topic. But I also know that it's been a long day. So we will try to keep things going. First of all, I want, in order for all of us to wake up, to give a very, very strong thank you to Eugenio Zoffili. Let's give him a big applause. Eugenio! Oh, it's for you, darling, for you. Yes. He has been an excellent host. Rome is beautiful. The language, the Italian language, is like music to our ears. Thank you for inviting us here, and thank you for hosting this fantastic event. Thank you, Eugenio. Since I have asked our guests to keep their interventions between 8 to 10 minutes, I will avoid to do a speech myself, but I just want to say 3 things referring to corruption. I want to say it exactly as he said it. Okay. I will make a reference to Pope Francis. Since we are in Rome, Pope Francis so powerfully said during a morning mass, at the Vatican in 2014. Corruption is paid by poor people. Let us always remember that, especially us, the people who have the power to prevent corruption, to punish corruption, and we can have a decisive role when it comes to transparency, when it comes to accountability. So, let's begin. We have very distinguished guests. Prosecutor Luigi Biriteri is with us, Deputy Prosecutor General of the Supreme Court of Cassation, former head of the Department of Justice Affairs of the Ministry of Justice of Italy. Prosecutor Biriteri has a wealth of experience in proceedings against serious mafia-type organized crime, crimes against the public administration, and serious economic and financial crime, having taken part in mafia-related high-profile cases. Please, the floor is yours. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to thank MP Zoffili for this wonderful opportunity to take part in this conference with all of you representing the highest institutions. I will really try and limit my contribution to the time set aside by the chair. And I would like to start by saying that the fight against corruption cannot but start by understanding the interconnections between corruption and organized crime, both at national and transnational level. These aspects are strictly interconnected, and in my experience in fighting against Cosa Nostra and then 'Ndrangheta in the second part of my career, well, this experience of mine is what I would like to share with you very briefly. As for Cosa Nostra, we moved from the awareness that corruption is the fruit of mafia crime. There was a very famous investigation, and it showed that there was an actual negotiating table between Cosa Nostra and the bureaucrats of our region and some politicians that have already been arrested and sentenced. So corruption was not only relevant to a single public contract, but corruption had a role in deciding which public works had to be carried out. Everything was decided upon at the beginning. At that time, there was a big project in Sicily, and this became a huge damage for Sicilian citizens, for their children, and for our future. It was a theft of our future. And if we are not able to understand this deep interconnection, then we are not able to identify what the best way is to fight against corruption. We had a Convention of Palermo and a whole variety of tools at our disposal to identify corruption. However, international cooperation that I've long worked on has given us some key takeaways. And if we do not understand them, different countries outside of Italy, might be able to suffer the same Italian paradox. What am I talking about? As Mr. Cortese stated earlier on, and we've worked together multiple times, and I would like to summarize what he said, mafia, Cosa Nostra, is not just a bunch of hooligans. mafia is really, really powerful, and it's supported by criminal capacity. If we do not understand this foundation, some foreign states could have deep consequences. The Germans found out that the Ndrangheta was acting on their territory. The same thing happened in Belgium. I've been working on this issue for the last 40 years, and I can guarantee that at that point it's already too late. You've got there too late. In Italy, we have a framework that was established on the legacy of Borsellino, Falcone. And now, for example, Cosa Nostra has been greatly reduced. 1 gram of cocaine could not move around years ago if Cosa Nostra was not involved. Now Ndrangheta has taken their place. But we were able to act precisely on Cosa Nostra by assessing different parameters, and thus we were able to seize criminal proceeds, which are a drug to our economy, and they turn our economy in our system where there is no competition, because the mafia will simply win, because they have access to unlimited amounts of cash coming from illicit trafficking. Having said so, in Albania, Romania, in Belgium, in France, many groups are well known. In Italy, some of mafia bosses fear that their assets might be seized, so they act abroad. And in other countries, some people tend to think that money does not stink, as the Latins used to say in a way, but it is not so. Money does stink, and our Dutch friends have realized this. We have created some joint investigation teams that were very efficient, but now we have moved to a different level. Understanding the interconnections between corruption and criminal organizations is not enough anymore. Corruption, if you will, is the easiest tool that the mafiosi can use. They only resort to killing as a last resort. Their first plan is to corrupt, is to buy public officials, technicians from the municipality until the highest parliamentary institutions. So when this system is in place, we need to understand what the key elements of this kind of crime are. Some elements are very clear and noticeable, and we must keep them into account. Without international cooperation, we'll always lag behind. We'll always lag behind to crime organizations and those who are funding them. I was recently in New York for the International Convention on Cybercrime, which is a second frontier. Yes, I'll stick to the allocated time. I just wanted to finish off by conveying one last message to you all. If we need a common framework, a common legal framework, then criminals will not have any interest in moving to another country. From a country where they are persecuted more easily to another country where they are not persecuted, and to another country where they will be able to hide their assets. They always operate in the same way: aggressions, intimidation, violence when needed, economic assets. They're very dangerous, they weaken the economy, and the only possible response is international cooperation. And now we have to work on cybersecurity, and on persecuting IT crimes. This is the new frontier that we need to work on together if we really do want to get rid of this terrible plight that affects us, our future, our economy, and it also affects our liberty rights. And yes, we are living through a hard time. But beware, the last frontiers we are talking about with our colleagues, and this is the last thing I would like to share with you, they point to a new concept of jurisdiction. Our states are used to persecute crimes happening within a certain territory. If I shoot someone in Rome, then I will be persecuted by Rome. The same thing goes for Milan. But on the web, this does not hold. If a fraud is initiated in Palermo using a Romanian server with an Argentinian accomplice, this has consequences all around the world. So if we are aware of this aspect, and if we move on from a concept of national jurisdiction, then we can turn the fight against organized crime to an equal fight against these criminals who are moving around the world in an ever faster way. I've heard Giovanni Falcone being mentioned multiple times during this conference. I had the pleasure of meeting him and working with him. And I would like to cite a quote that many people note. And if he was here today, he might be able to say to you all. We should remember that money has the legs of a hare and the heart of a rabbit. If you understand this, we will be able to fight against all mafiosis. Mafiosis are not scared of jail. Their ultimate fear is that someone will take away their money. And we've got really good about this in Italy. That's why all Capaci killers died in jail, including Matteo Messina Mirano, which was arrested just recently. Thank you.
Question though, do you feel that you have adequate legislation in order to prosecute white-collar crimes? You mentioned before the web fraud. Do you have adequate legislation for the white collars and web fraud?
Our system has proven to be adequate, but after many years since the implementation, we started with a few laws written by Giovanni Falcone when he was the general director in our ministry. These laws were adopted in 1991. They were about confiscation. They were about justice collaborators. And then we have expanded our legislation building on this legacy. And we've built a comprehensive strategy. And Prefect Lagana has mentioned it as well. And the reuse of confiscated assets is then an evolution of our legislative framework. What we've noticed is that if there is a misalignment in investigations and in the legal framework, since money is moving so fast today on the dark web, the mafiosi will be able to produce crime in Italy, so to say, and so to produce money in Italy. And then they will move where they are not persecuted as strictly as they are in Italy. And this, the countries are not to blame. But what is the Italian paradox? Since we had to deal with the mafia as a power organization for a long time, we had to learn firsthand how to combat the mafia. Other countries did not have the same experience. Once you needed a passport to move from one country to another. You could not freely circulate just in a few hours all around the world. So other countries, luckily, did not have to deal with the same issue in the past. And then here's the paradox. Frontiers opened up. The world is more globalized. And now mafiosis with their suits and tie have shown up in other countries outside of Italy. And now we can help other countries recognize these individuals. However, if there is not a common will and a common legislative framework, it will be hard to put a brake on this trend. However, I am an optimist, but a rational one, because that's what we're talking about today. We are focusing on this issue here within the OSCE. I've looked at the declarations, and the Bucharest one I deem particularly interesting. Organized crime produces corruption, which then finances foreign policies of dangerous countries. There are some countries basing their economies on drug trafficking, and they finance this kind of operations. No one commits a crime for love. Everyone commits crimes for money.
Obviously, you have an extensive experience on the issue, and hopefully there is the political will there to help you move things on. And now we pass to our second guest, my dearest friend and colleague, Azai Guliev. I believe we'll need no much introduction about Mr. Guliev. Everybody knows him. He chairs the Second Committee on Economic Affairs, Science, Technology and the Environment of the PA. Azai, thank you for being here with us today. 10 minutes starting now. Thank you. Sorry, I'm counting.
Thank you very much, dear Irene, dear colleagues, dear friends. First of all, let me express my deepest gratitude to our host, to our Italian friends, particularly Eugenio Zoffili and his excellent team and the delegation of Italy to the OSCE for such an excellent organization of today's conference. And of course, as our moderator alarmed us or warned us that I will be very short in making some remarks about the topic. But before doing that, I would like to say that I'm not going to say what is corruption about, how it affects on our daily life, how it affects our democracy, and how it undermines the security and stability in our society, and what is the best way of fighting against that social phenomena, because we all know that. Also, I know that our Parliamentary Assembly have been or has been instrumental in addressing this issue time from time and in different occasions. Particularly, I very well remember as chair of the second committee, which is in charge for economic affairs, environment and science and technology, as well as having served one of the longest members of the Assembly. I know that we have adopted several let's say resolutions, and we have let's say put on our political agenda in almost each annual session, and we have made very clear our position on the issue. Also, I know that our Assembly has appointed a special representative on fighting against corruption, who is our good friend, Irina Kalambis. She has been serving in this position very successfully since 2019. So, Irina, you know how it is a very sensitive issue that we have to tackle as parliamentarians. Dear colleagues, I would like to use, as I said, this time today to focus on practical, tangible steps that are essential to effectively combat corruption. And I believe that 4 key prerequisites must be in place. First, a clear and coherent anti-corruption strategy with defined goals. Second, genuine political will. Third, effective instruments and mechanisms for implementation. And last one is good governance at all levels. Within this framework, I would like to emphasize three specific areas that should be prioritized by all OECD participating states. First, robust and unambiguous legislation. It is very well known that we should have very legal base to effectively combat these social phenomena, and of course, one of them is to have very, let's say, clear and comprehensive and also aligned with international standards, laws capable of addressing full spectrum of corrupt practices. These, of course, first of all, must define corrupt acts, clearly criminalize illicit enrichment, and eliminate legal loopholes that allow impunity to persist. Second, effective institutions and transparency. As you know, as parliamentarians, law alone are not enough to have successful end. We need empowered, independent, and well-resourced institutions that can implement and enforce these laws effectively. It is equally vital to embed transparency into every aspect of governance, from public procurement and budgeting to policy making and service delivery. Dear colleagues, today we have heard many simple or examples or many cases from participating countries. I would like, in that sense, to bring to your attention two very important, innovative examples from my country. ASAN Service, which means the State Agency for Public Service and Social Innovations, these pioneering initiatives has centralized over 320 public services under one roof, eliminating the need for citizens to navigate complex bureaucratic structures. With standardized services, transparent fees, and real-time feedback mechanisms, ASAN has enhanced trust in public institutions and nullified the opportunities for bribery. Its success has gained global recognition, with the United Nations recommending it as a best model to more than 25 countries, including some of the OECD member countries. The second is DOST Agency, which is Sustainable and Operative Social Provision Agency, offering a single window system for 161 social services across certain categories that has simplified access to essential services under Ministry of Labour and Social Protection. It also attracted international interest, with its model being studied and adopted by countries including Moldova, Uzbekistan, and Serbia. These examples demonstrate how institutional innovation, digital transformation, and political will can serve as powerful tools in the fight against corruption and provide valuable models for replication across the OECD region. The third one, legal enforcement and proportionate penalties. Credibility in anti-corruption efforts requires that justice be applied fairly and consistently. Those who misuse public office for private gain must face appropriate consequences regardless of status or political affiliation. At the same time, the legal process must remain impartial and fully aligned with the rule of law. Dear colleagues, as legislators, we are entrusted with the responsibility to act decisively and with integrity. Our duties do not end with drafting and passing legislation. We must also ensure rigorous oversight, engage the public, and foster international cooperation. Over the years, the Assembly, particularly broad its second dimension, has initiated several impactful efforts. In 2024, as you know, Bucharest Declaration urged international donors to improve due diligence mechanisms to ensure that financial and military assistance does not fall into corrupt hands. Since 2023, the OECPA has been contributing to the OECD-wide anti-corruption focal point system, including the Assembly's input to the first annual report on anti-corruption efforts across the OECD region. Today's conference is an invaluable opportunity for us to exchange the best practices, share innovative approaches, and learn from one another. In conclusion, as the elected leaders of the OECPA, we must reaffirm our full commitment to strengthen cooperation among the member countries, international partners, and policy institutions in our shared goal of eliminating corruption and reinforcing stability across the OECD region. I look forward to our discussions, and I am happy to respond to any question you may have. Thank you for your attention.
My dearest colleague, less than 10 minutes. Excellent job. Thank you. You've been very helpful. Now, among our distinguished panelists today, we also have the honor to welcome Brigadier General Giovanni Salerno. He was appointed commander of the Tax Police Unit in Naples. My God, Naples. We all know what we're talking about when we refer to Naples, where he coordinated investigative activities against the Camorra, money laundering, and other forms of economic crime. Prior to being appointed in his current role of commander of the Anti-Corruption Special Unit of the Guardia di Firenze in Rome, he served as commander of the Venice Provincial Command. The floor is yours for 10 minutes. Thank you. Come on, don't do that to me.
Grazie.
Well, first of all, thank you for this kind invitation to take part in this conference. I will talk about the fight against corruption at a preventive level, and I'll focus particularly on public procurement. Of course, corruption is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon, but usually we identify it with criminally relevant conduct, so giving money to a public official in order to perform acts contrary to their duties. However, the concept of corruption is much wider, and it includes all conducts which are characterized by abuse of power and which goes against collective interest. From this point of view, clientelism, nepotism, favoritism, although they are not criminally relevant, they are typical examples of abuse of power. The concept of corruption also includes maladministration, that is, any form of distorted, deviated, inefficient, arbitrary management of public affairs that then results in an obstacle to economic growth and proper allocation of public resources and so on. This to say that fighting against corruption means not only repressing corruption offenses, trafficking in influence, and other criminally relevant conducts. But it also means to protect fundamental principles that are at the core of our democratic life, such as integrity, transparency, good administration, impartiality. And then as for public procurement, free competition, trust, rotation, par condicio. It is well known that any anti-corruption strategy must have a repressive action, but also a preventive action. I do not have enough time to look at the main tools of our legislation, but I believe that the 3-year corruption prevention and transparency plan is a key tool at our disposal. Each public administration must analyze their internal context. They have to map the various work processes in which the body's activities are carried out. And the goal is to identify the main risk factors, the main risk areas, and the risk level that certain corruptive events might actually take place. And this is key because public administration are then able to adopt corrective measures in order to reduce the risk that the corruptive event may actually occur. For example, adopting ethical codes of conduct, simplifying the level of transparency, rotation of positions, regulation of potential conflicts of interest, reducing time for administrative procedures, simply simplifying the whole administrative process. And then it's important because it identifies a person who is responsible for the implementation and compliance with the 3-year plan itself. Then there are also other norms on conflicts of interest that aim at attacking the issue from the root, the issue of conflict between public and private interests. I'm talking about pantouflage, revolving doors, the incompatibility of offices, and my colleague, the President, will further talk about this. And then another key point is transparency. The national standard, and I really like it, establishes the right of all citizens to have access to the information asset of public administrations. The aim is to promote citizens' rights and to promote their participation in the administrative activity, as well as to exercise control over administrative functions and control on how public resources are being used. This means that all public administrations must publish online in a specific section of their website a series of information, data, and documents. Then let's move on to public works, public procurement. This sector is extremely important just for the huge quantity of money it involves, but it's at a high risk of corruption as well as of infiltration by organized crime. Our legislation has anti-corruption norms as well as anti-mafia provisions. The main framework is the Public Procurement Code, and a key entity is the National Anti-Corruption Authority, ANAC, with policy setting, regulation, supervision functions. ANAC, for its supervisory and control tasks, also avails itself of the cooperation with the Guardia di Finanza, which is the organization I belong to, which among the Italian police forces is one with specialized expertise in economic and financial matters. We deal with tax evasion, the correct use of resources, and so on. So ANAC, the National Anti-Corruption Authority, often cooperates with the Guardia di Finanza. There are memoranda of understanding. As for public contracts, the ANAC delegates us with specific tasks. In the area of public contracts, I would like to point out the importance of conducting risk analysis in order to identify risky situations and in order to then tackle these risks. This process is crucially important, and digitalization plays a pivotal role here. Digitalization, which is required by the procurement code. Digitalization means that contracting authorities, economic operators participating in a tender must communicate a series of data and information to ANAC. And this set of information then goes into the National Public Contracts database, which is a fundamental database for carrying out investigations. Because of the memorandum of understanding that we have with ANAC, this database is then transferred to the Guardia di Finanza, which can exploit the interoperability of databases. So artificial intelligence and new technologies do play a crucial role in this kind of investigation, matching that database with other databases, financial ones, tax-related databases, databases from the Chamber of Commerce, information coming from the anti-mafia database. The whole is put together with a series of risk alerts, and it allows us to select a series of targets that have a higher risk profile. I don't know if I finished the time at my disposal, but I would just like to outline a couple of situations that are particularly interesting. In our legislative framework, economic operators that are in contact with organized crime cannot work with a public administration. This is the so-called interdittiva antimafia. So these subjects cannot be awarded tenders or public works, and this is an important risk alert. The same goes for the so-called white lists. In our system, there are some specific sectors that are exposed to a higher risk of mafia infiltration, for example, transport of earth, cemetery services, canteen, catering management, a whole bunch of sectors where economic operators need to subscribe to a white list kept by the prefectures so that it can be guaranteed that they are not interlinked with organized crime. And then one last thing, the so-called company cartels and tailor-made tenders. And I think Mr. Birittieri was also mentioning the same issue when he was talking about Cosa Nostra. So a group of companies, of businesses that have common agreements and that share out the works, the public works, they get the contract at the lowest possible price, and in doing so they eliminate competition. What is a tailor-made tender? The awarding authority demands excessively specific technical requirements that are not really necessary. This is done in order to secure a competitive advantage to one specific company. These abnormalities are a sign of risk, and they are a violation of fair competition, par condicio, but they can also be an alert of infiltration risk or corruption risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your insights. And now, I would like to introduce our next panelist for today's session, Mr. Nate Sibley. He is director of the Kleptocracy Initiative of the Hudson Institute, a leading research organization in interdisciplinary studies in Washington, D.C. Mr. Sibley works closely with the U.S. government and its allies to advance policies in the fields of anti-money laundering, economic statecraft, and democracy promotion. I think he's online. Are we ready to connect with him?
Hello?
Hello, we can see you,
and
we can listen to you, and may I address an invitation to you to come to Cyprus. We need your expertise there as well.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much and for that kind introduction and invitation. And hello from Washington, D.C. It's an honor to be invited to speak with you all today. And I'm particularly grateful to our Italian hosts who, as we've just heard from other speakers, really are world leaders in this field of anti-corruption and transnational crime. But yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Hudson's a non-partisan sort of foreign policy think tank here in Washington, promoting American leadership for a secure, free and prosperous future. As the director of Hudson's Kleptocracy Initiative, my policy research examines how major authoritarian adversaries of the United States, primarily China, Russia and Iran, have used corrupt practices to entrench their rule and project power beyond their own borders. Of course, this is a security threat that many countries across the OSCE region have felt very keenly in recent years, and it's indivisible from this conference's broader theme of organised crime, as criminals cannot operate without complicit officials, and they're increasingly themselves co-opted to do the bidding of corrupt regimes. I thought it might be therefore helpful to highlight some of the challenges facing policymakers focused on anti-corruption within the OSCE region, at least as they're viewed from here in the United States. Obviously, the OSCE is too large to explore member states' sort of individual circumstances in the time we have, nor is it particularly helpful to draw sweeping conclusions about such a diverse grouping. But there are some common themes that will shape the future of our shared fight against corruption in a fast-changing world, for which we must be prepared, even if we don't yet have the solutions. I think that said, the first challenge I want to highlight are actually pretty long-standing ones, and that's the persistence of regulatory loopholes, inadequate resources for enforcement efforts, and underpinning both a lack of political will to address these problems. The legislative regulatory framework surrounding anti-corruption work varies significantly between OSCE member states, and it arguably now includes not only anti-bribery laws, but related measures to limit corruption risks, such as foreign investment and screening, and laws regulating foreign lobbyists. This inconsistency is why the OSCE's continued support for implementation of key standards such as the UN Convention Against Corruption by its members remains so important. And given that nearly half of OSCE states are EU members, it's really heartening to see steps towards further harmonisation through the anti-corruption directive currently being negotiated. But the best anti-corruption laws in the world mean nothing without robust enforcement and the political will to take on what are often difficult, costly and controversial investigations. It's this rather than laws that is still lacking in most countries. A 2022 Transparency International study, for example, found that just 2 of the 47 top exporting countries were actively enforcing their own laws against foreign bribery. As national budgets become more constrained, it's tempting for political leaders to refocus law enforcement resources away from anti-corruption work towards headline-grabbing priorities, and this is, in fact, exactly what's happened here in the United States in the past few weeks, more on which in a moment. But that leads me to my next set of challenges, and that's managing public perceptions of corruption amid increasing political polarisation and the politicisation of anti-corruption initiatives in some countries. I think public awareness of corruption has grown in recent decades thanks to increased transparency and the media scrutiny that this enables. But public perceptions of corruption have also grown in many countries, even when objective indicators suggest that political systems have become more transparent and accountable. This paradox, though, is easily explainable. It's just that the more the public hears about it, the more they think it's happening, when the reverse is probably true. But public perceptions are now also being shaped within and by an increasingly polarised environment, fueled by social media and fast news cycles. They're constantly being hit with stories about how corrupt their leaders are, whether they happen to be true or not. The effect of this is to damage public trust in existing institutions and their ability to hold corrupt elites accountable. This in turn leads to further partisanship and polarization, and even leads populations to question whether the problem is not just a few bad apples, but the system itself. Further exacerbating this mistrust is the politicization of anti-corruption institutions in a growing number of countries, including some in the OSCE region. Some governments increasingly engage in selective enforcement against political opponents, including independent media, and are undermining the independence of the police and the judiciary. Corruption and financial crime laws are increasingly being exploited, much in the way that counter-terrorism laws sometimes were in the 2000s to crack down on dissent. The good news is that growing public awareness and outrage cuts both ways. Just as we see growing problems, we also see a growing number of mass protests against corruption, but especially often led by young people who are fed up with the status quo. The third challenge I wanted to highlight is really what I focus on, and that is the continued escalation of so-called strategic corruption by Russia and China across the OSCE region. Strategic corruption is another slightly controversial term, but I use it here simply to mean the use of corrupt practices to advance foreign policy objectives. Russia's track records on this is well known. It's sought to subvert European political elites by offering them bribes, often disguised as business opportunities. It's sought to make Europe energy dependent through bribery, notably, of course, through the Nord Stream 2 project. And it's funneled illicit political donations to parties and causes that it believes will weaken EU and NATO unity. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, it's become harder for it to engage freely in these kinds of illicit activities within Europe. But its incentives to do so are stronger than ever, as it seeks to exacerbate discord over continued support for Ukraine and relations with the United States. China's aims and methods of strategic corruption are more subtle and systemic, but they are also increasingly well understood. It uses bribery to secure market access for Chinese firms, to embed itself in Europe's critical infrastructure, and to undermine European unity on issues such as Taiwan. The rise of Chinese money laundering networks in Europe that often have ties to the Communist Party back in China is also a growing concern. There's no better example of China's boldness than the Huawei bribery allegations sweeping through the European Parliament right now, coming hot on the heels of the Qatargate scandal, no less. Amid heightened tensions with the United States and its European allies, indeed many allies and partners throughout the OSCE region, we can expect China to exploit the situation and double down on its illicit influence efforts. The next and penultimate challenge I just wanted to flag was once again widely discussed, but it has specific implications for the fight against corruption, and that's the emergence of new financial technologies involving artificial intelligence and digital assets such as cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrency is attractive to criminals, including kleptocrats, for obvious reasons. We know, for example, that sanctioned Russian elites invested very heavily in crypto as a means to evade sanctions and move money in and out of Russia during the invasion of Ukraine. The challenge we face here is that there is currently no obvious way to integrate cryptocurrencies effectively into our existing anti-money laundering frameworks. As you're probably aware, most national anti-money laundering laws require banks and other high-risk sectors to maintain some kind of anti-money laundering program and to monitor and report suspicious transactions to a government financial intelligence unit or the police. While it's possible to regulate cryptocurrency exchanges in this way, and we do that here in the United States, for example, the decentralized peer-to-peer nature of crypto transactions means that this is not an effective safeguard. On the other hand, cryptocurrency is not yet a viable alternative for fiat currency. We do have time to work through these problems and create a framework, just as we did with terrorist financing in the 2000s. The same is true of AI. While kleptocrats and other criminals will undoubtedly find applications of this new technology to further their illicit activities, banks and law enforcement agencies around the world are already exploring its potential to sift the suspicious transactions at a speed and volume that was previously impossible. The final development I just wanted to highlight, because I think I'm probably coming up to time here, is I hope a temporary one, and that is the implications of the United States' apparent retreat from global anti-corruption leadership under the Trump administration. As you may or may not be aware, there have been significant momentum behind anti-corruption initiatives here in the US during the previous administration. President Biden responded to these by formally identifying foreign corruption as a major US national security concern and launching an ambitious cross-government strategy. However, President Trump and his team have made it clear that they don't intend to lecture other governments about corruption or what they perceive to be overly moralistic, values-driven issues that impede America's commercial and security relationships. This approach has already been institutionalized within the US executive branch. The specialist kleptocracy units within the Department of Justice that seize billions of dollars from kleptocrats have already been disbanded. enforcement of the landmark Foreign Corrupt Practices Act has been suspended, as has implementation of a new law, the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, which Congress passed recently as a long overdue counterpart to the FCPA to criminalise the demand side of foreign bribery. Financial and other support for civil society groups and investigative journalists focused on exposing crime and corruption has also been disrupted or been cancelled as part of the dismantling of the US Agency for International Development. On the anti-money laundering front, the US Treasury Department has effectively gutted the implementation of the Corporate Transparency Act, and with it the introduction of the US Beneficial Ownership Information Register. This deprives US law enforcement and overseas partners of a critical resource, in my view, for identifying the true ownership of US registered shell companies. While I understand the administration's intention to refocus on core US interests and support a bunch of stuff they're doing, the abandonment of US leadership against foreign corruption is, in my view, a misstep. It creates space for China, Russia, and other adversaries that engage in strategic corruption to expand their activities, including throughout this OSCE region in areas where the United States was supporting partners and is no longer. And it will make it easier for Chinese and Russian companies, which are adept at bribery, to win business, not American ones. And beyond the OSCE area, failing to support rule of law in fragile societies creates fertile ground for criminal and terrorist organizations. The positive counterpoint to this is that there is still bipartisan support for these measures in the US Congress. And it's extremely unlikely, for example, will it, for example, see the FCPA fully repealed. Anyway, to conclude, I'm sorry to have to paint such a concerning picture of the fight against corruption in the OSCE region, but I would urge everyone to bear in mind the longer-term perspective in mind. The corruption's always accompanied human societies, and always will. But the progress we've made in mitigating it in recent decades is really unprecedented, and there's no reason to think we can't find solutions to these challenges, even if they are imperfect. Thank you so much, and I look forward to a fascinating discussion.
Thank you, Nate. And you have mentioned the key word, that it is political will. And we're all politicians here, so we know what really means. And let's move on to our next guest, Mr. Guglielmo Picchi, who is Director of International Relations, Machiavelli Center for Political and Strategic Studies. The center was founded in 2017 in Florence as a non-profit registered association which promotes traditional values and policies. Guglielmo, before I give you the floor, I need to ask a question. Okay, the name Machiavelli is often associated, fairly or not, with political cunning, manipulation, and the ends justify means. So, how can we call a center that promotes values and policies Machiavelli? Start from that, please.
Thank you, Irene. It's always a pleasure to...
Thank you, Irene. It's a pleasure to be back here at the OSCE family.
Starting question like this one. But before answering this and addressing you, I switch to Italian because Italian is the official language of the OSCE, quindi permettetemi di parlare in italiano e di ringraziare.
Please allow me to speak Italian. And first of all, I would like to start by thanking Eugenio Zoffili from the Italian delegation for his invitation and for the excellent organization of this conference. And through him, I would like to thank the whole delegation, the offices of the Italian Parliament, as well as the Secretariat of the OSCE-PA. I would like to thank everyone for the high quality of all issues and contents. Machiavelli invented strategy. He invented the art of governing. As a man from Florence, it seemed right to me to pay tribute to the one who invented modern politics as we know it 500 years ago. And he taught us that sometimes the state motives should prevail on private interests. I'm not a politician anymore, but you still are. So I think you should be accountable to your voters, and sometimes you have to take hard decisions. And these decisions should bring together different types of interests. Machiavelli has shown us that bringing together different interests is the real essence of politics. So it seemed right to dedicate our center to Machiavelli and to provide decision makers and policy makers in Italy and in Europe some solutions, some political solutions, in order to better rule by protecting citizens' interests, but also specific situations that politicians have to handle. But let's talk about corruption, which is why we are here. Okay. So today we are looking at an issue that affects all of us. As a former legislator, many of the provisions that were mentioned in this panel and the earlier panel, I've known them firsthand as a legislator in the Italian Parliament. I was part of the Italian Parliament for 17 years. So I'm well aware of how difficult it was to draft laws that might fulfill the transparency requirements and legality requirements, and that might allow citizens to carry out economic activities whilst fighting against corruption. Fighting corruption does not just mean combating corruption itself, but it also means enabling economic operators who act lawfully to keep carrying out their activity, so that there can be free economic initiative, free competition that is not stained by corruption. In the whole OSCE region, corruption is an actual threat. It's a sort of a hybrid war, weakening our institutions, eroding democracy, and enabling organized crime. People like us who work in an international context know that organized crime also paves the way for malign actors. Some malign actors have tried to impose certain political lines in our countries. It's been talked of everywhere and also at European level. This threat has been identified. We do have the tools to fight against it. Corruption compromises security. In all aspects of security, at political, personal, military level, corruption is always the basis of everything, the crossroad where everything takes place. Corruption erodes trust in electoral processes. Our association monitors elections in all 57 participating states. And corruption also undermines the independence of the judiciary and can turn law enforcement agencies into instruments serving private interests. This means that criminal networks are able to operate with impunity outside national borders. As some of the keynote speakers, I had the pleasure of meeting Judge Falcone in person, and I was able to talk at length with some of his colleagues, with the former mayor of New York. We talked for more than 2 hours, and he told me the behind the scenes of everything that then came out publicly, but at the time it was not public information. And I was not part of the investigating team, so I did not know all of this before he told me. It was extremely useful. He basically helped us understand what the prosecutor said earlier on. So money have legs of a hare and the heart of a rabbit. I think that Rudy Giuliani conveyed the same message. Oftentimes, corruption undermines political stability. In the OSCE region, we've seen a few examples. Last but not least, what's happening in a member state now where a prime minister was forced to step down because of corruption, or at least perceived corruption. And in the past, the same happened in Tajikistan, in Ukraine, and in other countries where corruption undermined political stability. The OSCE has always contributed to finding solutions and has always contributed with tangible initiatives in Central Asia, in Kyrgyzstan. OSCE supported the Anti-Corruption Council in Kazakhstan. Judges, prosecutors were trained on the confiscation and reuse of confiscated assets. That's the very same electoral observation missions are a great example. I've participated in more than 30 of these missions, and by doing so, we are able to be vigilant over the use of public resources. So it's not just about procedural details, but we were able to understand whether a company was corrupt on the inside. This is the role played by the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And as Irene was saying earlier on, political will is needed to counter corruption. We can have the best laws in the world, we can have the best investigating teams, the best magistrates, but then if there is no political will to persecute crime and to eradicate corruption, then we won't get to the end of it. But at the forefront, we do not just have politics, investigators, magistrates, we also have journalists, the civil society. They are key elements. The general earlier on was talking of whistleblowing and regulatory framework on whistleblowing to protect people reporting corruption. As it's often the case, we cannot just thank people who reported once they've done it, but we have to be able to protect these people who report whilst they are reporting corruption. And I remember it very well. The Italian legislation caught up with a law that I remember very well, I worked on, and it was dense with different discussions. And I think that the outcome was great. So what do we need to do in the OSCE region? You as parliamentarians, but all of us as people who want to fight against corruption. Well, first of all, we should try and bolster independent institutions. So in our 57 participating states, we should have anti-corruption institutions. They have to be independent. They should not be subject to political power. And then we have to ensure transparency to the greatest extent in public works, in public administration in general. Then we have to protect people who report corruption, and also protect people who investigate. It's not something to be neglected. We do need to protect people who report and people to investigate and judge. Otherwise, we cannot move on. And then something the General was also mentioning, centralization. Centralization allows us to align and harmonize our procedures. I remember an episode from a few years ago. There was an election in Central Asia, and there was a fantastic computer where election data was updated. Everything seemed transparent, but the computer was not connected to anything. So data was inserted, data were inserted for hours and hours, and then they were never used. So actual digitalization might really help us to move forward. Not all 57 OSCE states share the same digitalization level. Some countries are more advanced, and they should help the others with good practices and with tangible examples with their support. They can help fill the gap. Then, we as parliamentarians, even though I'm not one anymore, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, we all have a great chance being an example, a positive example for our voters. This is the first function we should fulfill, and we can do it within national parliaments by promoting the right legislation to fight against corruption, but we can also do it in our meetings of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly by fostering cooperation, exchange of ideas, exchange of good practices, and also by adopting resolutions that can be shared by everyone. As my colleague was saying, cooperation is fundamental. Here we have 57 countries, more than 1 billion citizens. So I do believe that we can have great outcomes. Corruption grows in the shadows, and the mission of the OSCE is to cast a light, to shed light over this shadow with great courage and bravery. It's not just a moral matter, fighting against corruption. It's not just a moral or a human issue, it's a strategic one. Every euro that we lose to corruption is a social problem, is an economic problem. So fighting against corruption really does mean upholding democracy, security, and the sovereignty of our states. So thank you.
Mrs. Zaikova Mojica from Northern Macedonia.
Yeah, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Madam Chairperson, dear colleagues, we all agree that the corruption is not just a domestic issue for each of our countries, but it's a transnational threat that undermines democratic institutions, public trust, and distorts the economic development, and also creates a fertile ground for organized crime to flourish. The OSCE region presents a complex landscape when it comes to corruption challenges. While Western European countries consistently rank among the least corrupt in the global index, many countries in Eastern Europe, the Balkan countries, and parts of Central Asia continue to face significant challenges. I will speak a little bit about my country, North Macedonia. We have undergone significant political and institutional changes over the past decade. The State Commission for Prevention of Corruption has been given enhanced power and independence, and the new Specialized Prosecutor Office for Organized Crime and Corruption was created. We have adopted comprehensive anti-corruption legislation, including a new law on prevention of corruption, enhanced whistleblower protection, and strengthened conflict of interest regulations. Over the past 2 years, several high-profile corruption cases have been prosecuted, demonstrating both the persistent nature of corruption and our commitment to addressing it regardless of the status of those who are involved. These cases reveal how corruption network operated at the highest level of government, judiciary, and state-owned enterprises. They demonstrate that no institutions was immune to penetration by corrupt network, and that those networks often operated with a sense of impunity. Beyond these high-profile cases, other corruption and economic crime cases have been discovered and prosecuted, involving serious abuse of official duties and powers. These cases involve senior officials in state and public institutions who, through accepting bribes, abusing public procurement procedures, and concluding illegal contracts, secured personal material benefits while undermining public interest and eroding trust in institutions. I will not speak about the cases, but I will just say that the prosecution of high-level officials demonstrate our commitment to the principle that no one, regardless of position or political affiliation, is above the law. However, I must be honest that the challenges are still here for us. Public trust in institutions, especially in the courts and juridical institutions, remains low, and perception of corruption while improving are still high. Despite these challenges, we remain committed to comprehensive anti-corruption reform. Fighting corruption requires not just law enforcement action, but fundamental changes in how we govern, how we ensure transparency, and how we hold officials accountable. According to the regional cooperation, I think is also crucial in fighting corruption. Corruption networks operate across borders, and our response must be equally coordinated within the OSCE region. We need better mechanisms for sharing information about the corruptional cases, criminal networks, and best practices. While respecting national sovereignty, we should work toward greater harmonization of the anti-corruption standards, particularly in areas like assets declaration, public procurement, and whistleblower protection. Fighting corruption requires constant willingness, and together we can build a region where corruption is not tolerated, where public institutions serve the people effectively, and where the rule of law provides the foundation for prosperity and security. Thank you.
Thank you, dearest colleague. Before concluding today's proceedings, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all our panelists. Excellent contributions, gentlemen, and insightful perspectives indeed on the fight against corruption. It was a unique opportunity to bring together such a diverse range of expertise. I trust we are all leaving this inspired, but not in a Machiavellian way. I have to underline this. Thank you all very much. And I would also like to say thanks to all of you, dear colleagues, who have traveled from across the OSCE region to be here today. Your presence, your engagement have greatly enriched our discussions. Also, one more time, I would like to thank Eugenio for his hospitality and the Italian Parliament. Thank you, Eugenio. And thank you all for being here with us. Let's keep in contact, all of us. We need each other. Thank you. Bye. I really enjoyed it.